Okay, good morning to you, cherished viewers. You are welcome to Poll Watch. Today is the much anticipated day of election, the decision day, December 7, 2024. And today we are going to cast our ballots to choose a new leader or maintain the old leaders. And I hope that as you are in the comforts of your home or wherever you are, you have made the decision to exercise your civic duty to participate in this year's election, today's election as well. Now I'm here with my co-host who is Clement Yabankwe. He would also be giving us some insights. We'll be discussing some of the issues around the elections, and we have videos from our correspondents giving us reports on what's happening at the various polling stations. And also, we are streaming live on Facebook and on YouTube, so you can join in the conversation there. Send your comments, send your suggestions, and of course, you can tell us where you are voting, why you are voting. You don't need to tell us whom you're voting for. The results will be declared at the end of today. Now, we'll go in to discuss today's elections, how to vote, what are the procedures, what are the requirements, and Clement Yabankwe will be helping us with that. Hello, Clement.
Hello,
how are you doing this morning?
So wonderful.
I hope you're pumped.
Very, I'm actually.
Because right after this place, I'm going to vote. I hope you're going to vote too.
Oh, you see, I did mine with a special vote.
Oh, wow. Okay. So, our viewers are going to be voting soon. Some of the undecided ones, I'm sure by the end of this show, they would decide to vote. Exactly. So help us. How do we go about the voting? What do we need to know? Okay,
there's one thing that viewers need to understand. People say if you don't have voters ID card, you can't vote.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not true.
Okay, so how do you do that?
If you don't have voters ID, you can even use your passport, your Ghana card. If you don't have any of the cards, you can just go to the polling station, you go to the name reference, that's the first person, they will check your name. If only your name is in the voters register, they will just check your details. After everything, you go do your verification and you have the opportunity to vote.
Wow, okay. Yes. So what about if you want to check, with a *711 *51 hash, but you don't have your ID number, you don't have your card, how then do you verify?
So you're looking at the time range, you checking it online or during that SMS code might not necessarily be important. So I would just advise viewers that voters just go to your polling station, get there and have a talk with the name reference officer and you just pass through the process.
So is it just any polling station or a specific polling station where you had your card issued?
Polling station where you registered.
Okay.
Yes, everybody has a unique polling station. So when you register, just go there and when you go there, just tell the presiding officer or whoever is in charge, tell the person that your card actually, you can't find your card, let me use that word. So you really want to vote and they'll take you through the process.
Okay. Yes. So as it stands,
EC released a notice that was yesterday, guideline to how people are supposed to vote. And I think it will be displayed on the screen shortly for viewers to have a look at it. But let me just take them through quickly. So first talks about verification of voters on main register. He said, one, a voter must first go through the fingerprint verification. The point is, if fingerprint verification fails, the voter must go through the facial verification. Also, if facial verification also fails, the voter must go through the manual verification. So we have 3 ways of verifying yourself. So if your fingerprint is not working, then you go through the facial one. If the facial is not working, then the manual one. So people shouldn't have that thought that I went to my polling station and my fingerprint is not picking up, so I'm going home. No. Go through the other process you're supposed to go through.
And so we even have it displayed on our screen. So viewers, you can take notes while Clement also takes us through.
Okay, so you're continuing. The point 4 says that the presiding officer must complete and sign a manual verification form, that is form 7, for each voter that has been manually verified. So a voter, you should take note that when you are manual verified, make sure that the PO, the presiding officer, signs that form. That tells the EC that indeed this person verified through the manual process. The 5th point says that the manual verification form must be countersigned by the polling agent present. So make sure that the polling agent present, the party agent, being it A, B, C, let them also sign it as evidence that yes, this person went through the manual process.
Okay, so with this process, is it when you are about to vote, or you can do this and then now go and join the queue?
No, when you're about to vote.
When you're about to vote. Okay, so wouldn't that probably delay the process a bit?
assuming if I'm going through the manual means, the people, the presiding officer will take me through this process.
Okay.
Whilst the other person who has the voter's ID,
okay, we'll keep going. So
yes,
right after then, okay.
Then right after then, I just go there.
Okay.
So there's the last thing I just want to say.
Okay.
It's a verification of voters on manual verification list. Voters without biometric data can be found only on the manual verification list and must be verified manually.
Okay.
So aside going through the biometric data, we have the manual verification list too also there. So if your fingerprint is not taken or verification through the biometric means is not really working, the manual list also there to help you.
Okay.
It says such voter must be identified by the presiding officer using the Form A and Form A1C and the manual verification list provided by the Electoral Commission. The presiding officer must complete and sign the manual verification form for each voter that has been manually verified. And the last point says that the manual verification form must be countersigned by the polling agent, as we said earlier.
Okay.
So when you go through this process, then you go through the ballot issuing process too.
Okay, great. So I hope all your questions have been answered. So please do well to make your way to your polling stations to vote. Now, we are, as I said, we are streaming live on Facebook and on YouTube. We are also coming to you live from the studios of Clock TV, so you can catch us anywhere. Share your comments, share all your situational reports with us on our live stream or onto our WhatsApp number that will be displayed on your screen. Just text us, tell us what's going on at your polling station. Anything, any nice or any significant event, anything interesting, just send us, tag us on our social media, and then also we can read it out loud. Tell us what's going on. Tell us the constituency you're from, the polling station where you're at, what's going on there. We would like to interact with you today. Now, so as Clement has already given us the needed information as to how to vote and what to do, please do not hesitate. Try your best and move to the polling stations. Now, voting has already started, but what time exactly was voting supposed to start?
So yeah, exactly 7 a.m.
7 a.m.
Yes, on my way to the studios, as at 5 a.m., you could see people are already in hurry to go cast their votes. And the electoral officers have already arrived, arranging their electoral material. So, as I must say, this time around, Electoral Commission was ready. Yeah. I don't know about other places, but so far, what I have seen on screen, so far, what I have seen coming to work, I realize the Electoral Commission is ready.
Yeah, you know, just when I was getting ready for us to get on set, some TV stations had already started. So, you know, some of the polling stations, some people were there as at 2 a.m.
Exactly.
And that's about 5 hours sitting down waiting for the EC to set up.
Exactly.
Now, we have some of the videos of some polling stations, and they are being shown now, so we can have a feel of what's going on at the moment on ground.
So you can see.
So this is the Ladade Kotopon constituency at the moment. And already we can see a number of voters ready.
Yes, so they are actually, voting has started. They have started, as you can see, they are in the queue. So yeah, today, I must say, people are ready to go, and they want to be part of decision making. They want to be part of decision making. And one funny thing online yesterday, someone was ironing his voter's ID, and I was like,
right?
Yes,
you know, I saw pictures of people, I don't know, they are gymming their thumbs
and charging the voters. So people really want to participate in this very election.
You know, that's being said about the thumbs. You don't only need your thumb to participate in the voting process. As long as you have a finger, you can use any of your 10 fingers or less. If you have lost some, unfortunately, you can still vote. So if you don't have thumbs, don't worry. Your other fingers are there to get you covered to vote this year. So please, that is not an excuse. As long as you have fingers, you can vote. I'm sure even you can use your toe. It has a print. So we will be previewing more videos as time goes on and interacting with some of our reporters who will be on ground at some of the polling stations here in Accra.
Okay, so Era, let's take this voter statistics from EC. So we talked about the manual verification list. EC already has a manual verification, the list already there. He knows that people didn't go through the biometric means. So they've provided the manual list also there. So let's take viewers through so that when you go there, and such your name is not found in the main register, you have other registers that your name is going to be in. So the first thing viewers to take note is that the total number of voters on biometric register is 18,640,811. Yes, 18,640,811 on the biometric register. Total number of special voters, those who we did, that is 131,478. 131,478. And EC says that this time around they had a very remarkable turnout. That's 83.4% turnout. And you could see it's very impressive. And some people recorded almost 94% turnout. When you take a constituency in the Upper East region, like the Nabdam constituency, they said out of 108 registered voted, 100 people came to cast their vote in the special voting.
Wow. So just 8 people?
Just 8 people. So people are really taking part in this year's election.
And you know, from the statistics we had on, was it Thursday, talking about the fact that after every 8 years, the voter turnout is usually low. I think from the look of things, this year will be different, where voters will come out in their numbers, and we are hoping, we are encouraging you all to come out in your numbers to vote. Let us break that cycle of voter turnout reducing after every 8 years of any government being in power. Yes, Clement.
So around the total number of valid voters for today is 18,774,159. So these are
that
the
is
people
for the biometric, right?
For all the process. All the process. So these are the people EC is expecting today to exercise their franchise. So they should come in their numbers to actually vote. But we have exceptional list. In the exceptional list, we have 33,354 on the exceptional list. And Yara, so amazing. We have total numbers of voters on multiple lists. Multiple list, that is 26,569. We have the proxy list, 2,141. And we have the transferred voters. See, people transfer their votes from one place to the other. That is 310,579. And the number of absent voters, 441,173. So in all, as we said, when you want to know the total valid votes for today, it's going to be the voters registered by the biometric data, the special voting, and that of the voters registered without biometric data. So when you sum up all this, as I said earlier, it's going to be 18,774,159. These are the people whom EC is expecting to cast their votes today.
So as you heard from Clement, a lot of people have been registered. If you are also of age, make sure to register the next time that the registration process is going on, so you can participate in the next election year. Now we have a video from the Ibri KG Primary School there, and we also have a correspondent we'll be speaking to, but at the moment we are showing the videos of what's going on there, and yes, you can see it there. So it looks like some schools are also being used as polling stations. I mean, because of the size of the space, and it's a good idea anyways. I can see some of the security personnel also sitting around.
So you see, mostly the schools, it's the schools that are being used as polling stations. And when you go to a particular school, you can find more than 2 polling stations there. Especially the schools who has a very large company, you can find about more than 3 polling stations there. I think they do that because of the spacious nature of the school.
That it can accommodate the people to, and then even the classrooms can serve as some sort of shade because of the queues, and it will not be too hectic. Right, so we heard from the Interior Minister that border towns are being closed and things like that, and it seems there's a bit of an outrage for people because there are some people that live slightly outside Ghana, you know, where the borders are not so heavily defined, but they come into Ghana to, they are actually Ghanaians, but just because of the land placement, you know, with the imaginary lines they created partitioning the whole continent. So with something like this, it seems they may be facing some sort of intimidation or, you know, prevention from coming into the country to vote. And I've been seeing a few comments here and there that the Interior Minister should not have done that. And so what do you also think?
So I saw the release yesterday evening. It's very late. That Interior Minister said they should close all borders. And as at 10 to 11 p.m., people who have come to Ghana to trade, want to go back to Togo, especially Togo border. Want to go back to Togo, they have been derived that they are not going to allow them because they say they should close all borders. and you have people, as you said, who are already in Togo who want to come to Ghana to just vote.
Yeah.
You see, people are citizens of Ghana,
but
they just live in Togo.
Because there are towns actually that have the line passing through, so dividing all through from between Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana all the way to the upper east, upper west, down to Volta. Yes. There are towns in between like that have the line. So in this situation, what do those citizens do?
So that's the first question I think the Interior Minister needs to come out to tell Ghanaians, and they should put a lot of measures in place. Yeah. Because if I'm a Ghanaian and I'm staying in Togo, today is election day. I want to come and exercise my civil rights, and you are telling me that you've closed borders, in that you have prevented my exercising my civil rights, which is not constitutional. Yeah. Because the Constitution gives everybody the opportunity to vote on the day of election. So you are telling me not to partake in decision making.
Yes, which is an offense.
Yeah, which is an offense, which is illegal. It is very criminal. So we have a lot of ways that you want to, if you want to check the people, or you think that people are not supposed to come from Togo or other countries to come and vote in Ghanaia's election. I think the whole idea is because the whole idea is because they want to prevent foreigners in participating in our Ghana election. But we have voters register.
Yes. So if the foreigners have not been registered, what again are they coming to do?
What are they coming to do? So if they come and they realize that their name is not in the voters register, they want to vote. Yeah. So why this fear? Why this kind of attitude of denying people their civil rights?
Yeah, and even if they were going to do that, some announcement should have been made prior, so that those people, if they have maybe friends or loved ones who are within the borders of Ghana, where they can, sleep over for the night and then vote and go home, or wait till the borders are open, because they are going to be open, I think, after tomorrow or so. So if they have a place they can crash, that would have been ideal, because now somebody has woken up, brushed his teeth, gotten ready, he's about to go to vote, cross the border to vote, and then this communique has come out. What is he going to do?
Yeah, it's unfair, I must say. This one, the Interior Minister, I think you could have done more than just closing the borders. If you close the borders, what is the measures put in place for people who want to come and vote? Yeah. Who really live in Togo and they are Ghanaians who come and vote? Are you going to inspect their voters' ID? Are you going to allow them to come and vote? Because if you are closed, but it means that nobody goes, nobody comes. Yeah. But there should be measures put in place for our brothers and sisters who are in Togo and other neighboring countries.
Yeah. So we have, I think, Togo, Burkina Faso, and then Cote d'Ivoire.
Yes.
So imagine the number of people, the populations of Ghanaians that are, living just in between, and they're going to be prevented from voting. What then happens to their civic duty?
It's not right. I must say it's not right.
Yes, so I think we have more videos to display at the moment, so we'll have them put up very soon. Now, so the police, and we saw the police there, but what do you think is going on at the moment with the police? Are they just sitting idle, or would they be patrolling? How does it usually work?
So there are usually the police they will assign a police to or security officer who is that way to a police station.
So just one?
Yes. Some police station might have two. Okay. So each police station would have either one or two, depending on the nature of the police station. Okay. So I think we have over 426 polling stations, 426,000 polling stations.
Thousand,
Yes, 1,000. So all these polling stations will have a security officer, being it the the police, being it the fire service, whoever, they would be there. But you see, prior to this election, the GAF, that is Ghana Armed Forces, they made us understand that they are not going to deploy military men to some of the polling stations. But as at yesterday evening, I was following one outline or one media house, and it seems military men, some military have been deployed to some regions, like the Ashanti regions and other polling stations. So people ask the question that, who are they? Are they really part of the armed forces? Because official communique from the armed forces says that they will not be military men, are they polling agents?
They'll just, what I also saw was that they would be on standby in case the police need backup. Exactly. So could it also be that they are just hanging around just in case the police are not able to manage any situation, and then...
well, yes, maybe, but you see, military men, naturally, people
fear them. That's
especially
true.
how they dress, when they appear.
And then they are different aura.
Exactly. So when you see the presence of military men at the polling station, what happens is that if you are not careful, it will intimidate voters. People wouldn't like to come out in their numbers to vote because of the presence of the polling,
the military men. But then I also believe that if you're not there to do anything bad, you would not be feeling scared to go and vote. You've seen the military man, look your front, go and vote and go. So we have our reporter, Dr. Zano, on the line, and we'll be speaking with her. Hello, Doctors. Good morning.
Hello, Yayura.
Good morning. I hope you're well.
Say again.
I hope you are well.
Yeah, good about you. Yourself?
Great. I'm also good. So where exactly are you and what is the state of affairs there?
Okay, thank you, Yayura. Currently, at the Okyeame North constituency.
Okay.
Specifically here at the Doko electoral area, here Christ Healing Temple A and B polling station.
Okay.
So here, when you come here, everything is calm here. Turnout has been smooth in the sense that I understand from the presiding officer that the polling station is expecting about 550 voters.
Okay.
And the B is also expecting about 145 voters. But as we speak, from the start of the elections at 7 a.m. to now, it's almost 8 after 8, a few minutes after 8, about 70 voters have voted for the polling station A and about 15 for polling station B.
Okay.
And I was actually trying to engage some party agents before the call came in. However, before coming here, we visited one other polling station, for Anglican.
Okay.
For that side, also within the Okyeame North constituency. And for that side, electoral processes are ongoing smoothly. They also started the voting exactly 7 a.m. And at the time we visited, out of the 800 voters, about 80 had casted their vote.
Okay.
And I noticed security presence here and then at that side as well. So,
okay.
That's about it.
So were you able to speak with some of the voters to ask what time they got there and their anticipations for how the process would go?
Yeah, on that, they're all trying to reflect. But then I'm hoping to speak with them subsequently when we visit other polling stations. Okay.
So we will reach out to you as the program goes on for more info on the polling stations you visit. Do have a great day and please stay safe.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so that was Dorcas. So she was at the Okyeame North constituency.
Yes.
Yes, and at the I think about 70 people have already voted.
Yes, for the first police station.
Yeah. Wow. So, and it's just been an hour, and it means it's going really smooth, though.
Very smooth. So I was taking some details. So out of 500, it's a 500 plus voters, and 70 people have already casted their votes
within the first hour.
Within the first hour, which is more than 10% of the total voters that are expected to cast their votes. Yeah. And that's just 1 hour period. So let's imagine the rest of the hours left.
Especially if they keep up this energy, then by noon or even maybe give or take by 3, all the voters would have voted.
Exactly. So I was making a point that does it mean that what happened during the special voting would reflect in the general election?
Hopefully.
Yes, because this is a special voting, there was a positive turnout, over 83%.
Yes,
by 83%.
Wow.
And looking at, and she also mentioned of Odoko Anglican, which is 800, and now 80 people have casted their vote. That is 10% of the total voters. So I must say, people are really ready for this year's election. Yes, they are.
And we also have other reporters who will be on standby for us to reach out and then talk to them, find out what's going on at the various polling stations where they are situated. But you, the voter, as well, if you're at any polling station and you want to share with us what's going on, you can send us a video. You can tag us on any of our socials for us to see what's going on. You can send a message to our live stream on Facebook and on YouTube, or to our WhatsApp number. And when the phone lines are opened, we will announce that for you to also call and share your experience. Tell us which constituency you're based at, if you traveled from one constituency to the other, if you transferred your vote. Give us all those juicy details. Let us interact with you and get to know how the voting process is like for you. Now, Clement, I think when we're talking about the processes of the voting, we need to talk about transferring the votes. Can you share any information on that for us?
Yeah, so Yara, I think when we were talking, I gave the statistics on voters transfer. So it says that 310,579 transfer their votes in this time. Okay. So they move their votes, for example, for if Okponglo North, they transfer from Okponglo to Okponglo South. If it's people even transfer from one region to the other. Yeah. So these people, I think they do that specifically because of one, maybe working issues, and they've changed residents and all these issues. So.
Okay, so we have a video, yes, of Dorcas reporting from the Odoko Anglican School, and as you can see, voter turnout is pretty good there. Things are already put in place, and yes, somebody just casted his ballot and he's going home. Yes, people are also getting verified, and everything seems to be in order. Yeah, so there she is interacting with people as well, talking to, I think, one of the agents, I see. He's an officer, yes, okay. He's an officer. Okay. So, as you were saying, people transfer their votes based on one reason or the other, like migration. But how exactly is it done? Do you just go to a polling station and tell them, I want to come in?
They open that time. That was earlier, I think, in October, September, that if you want to transfer your votes, you go to the district you want to transfer your votes to, and they'll do the process for you. Okay, so with the district, is it just, let's say, a district assembly or a EC branch or something? EC office. Okay, yes. So there's an EC office in every district. Exactly. Okay. Then it seems this voting process is pretty, if you have access to the information, actually. Yes, it's pretty easy, but the only issue we had during this process was the fact of the limited voters registration. Yeah. Where as they will not do it in each polling station, they will do it at the district office. So people need to travel from where they live to the district office. So the nature was not really smooth for them. Some of them were wondering why they should pick a car from where they are all the way to district office just to register for voters ID. So, but I mean, it's basically the same as having to travel back to wherever you registered to vote. So why not do it now and have the convenience? But we want to encourage voters that they should go out in their numbers to vote. Please go out in your numbers and vote. Vote for whatever you want to see, for whatever the policies that you have heard all throughout the year. The things you have seen, please vote based on that. I think some people even say, "Shawa sit name natwaba." Yes. So please don't sit down, and when whatever government is brought into power, you don't like it, you start complaining. You could have done something to change that situation. Yes. So now with our penalties and infractions, what are some of the punishable behaviors or behavioral things that people could do that could cause them to get punished or penalized at the polling station? Yes, so we must say that voters should free from issues of electoral malpractice or issues of violence at the polling station. So when you go to your polling station, go through the process. After casting your votes, just go home, sleep. So I was listening to one interview, and the woman said after voting, she's going home to pound fufu and get some eat, and wait after 5 p.m. Then she comes to the police station to listen to whatever will happen. So we want to tell voters that after casting your vote, just go home and relax, because when you are caught in such process, you are going to be dealt with. You will be dealt with. And then also, please do not wear any party paraphernalia to the polling station. You may think you're just wearing one color or the other, but sometimes the combinations will go and look like something. So please, preferably just go in all black like you're mourning, or go in all white in anticipation of the victory of whatever party you're going to vote for. And remain safe. Don't wear any specific color combinations. Don't go and shout any slogans as you go. Like now they've combined, MPP and NDCs. Even that one, please leave it alone. But shout it at home. Don't go to the polling station and engage in any unlawful behavior.
So please, that is a quick reminder. Again, you can send your comments. Tell us what's going on with you at the polling station. Tell us your anticipations. Just join us here on this poll watch. Just join us here on WhatsApp or on Facebook or YouTube, the live stream. Tell us what's up with you at the polling station. Any interesting thing you want to report on, tag us on any of our socials, and then also we will view it, and of course we might even play it here on the show. So aside the paraphernalia, are there any other things that could cause, because like in a situation where people have lined up their stones, and maybe I don't mark it, I don't remember which one was my own, and I go and say my stone is your stone, and then, you know, there's a little bit of a brouhaha there. Are we going to be penalized, or the polling agents will rather, you know, try to dissipate the issue?
This issue will be solved by the voters themselves, because if for any other reason you wake up as early as 3 a.m., you want to join the queue where we can see a stones over there. That's what we see.
Yes, and even bench.
Yes, bench there. So when you come in, let's say stone 1 is at stone 2, then you have to deal with it.
You know, sometimes too, maybe you got there before I did, and maybe, or no, I got there before you did, and maybe I'm asleep. Then you switch my stone with yours or something, and then we start fighting. What then happens? Will voters be the ones to, what's the word, pata?
So the electoral officers, their duty is to make sure that the electoral process is peaceful. So the presiding officer is the one in charge of such things, and also he's going to do that in collaboration with the security officers. That's why every police station has a security officer.
Okay.
So whenever a situation like this erupts, the security officer would handle it together with the presiding officer, because that's their responsibility for them to really be there.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what about the safety of the voters? Some people come as early as 2 a.m. and they are sitting at the polling station or lying, you know, they have some maybe bedding, they are asleep waiting. In a situation where they are attacked or something, whose responsibility does it become to manage their situation?
I think they are liable to their own situation, because yes, voting starts at 7 a.m. So EC would only handle issues pertaining to disrupting its activities within that time range. So if from 7 a.m. to 5 and people are misbehaving within the polling or voting center, that is when the EC has authority, or the security officer has authority to deal with whoever is causing that very thing. And also we should take note that even after 5 p.m. during the accounting process too, they still have that responsibility to make sure there is peace wherever they find themselves. But there's one amazing thing. I think you have something to say. But if not, in Greater Accra region, there are constituencies that viewers need to look out for.
Yeah. Yes. I like the name Odododio. I don't know why. I just like the spelling. Yes. So some of the constituencies, I know Ayawaso West like this usually has some drama going on, but do you know any others as well?
Yeah, so let's take viewers through few of them. We have the a constituency like the Adenta constituency, of which, you know, for them,
yes, that's what I'm voting.
Yes, they'll change their parliamentary candidate. So we are actually wondering, is Honorable Adamu Ramadan going to be maintained, or Okyeame South is going to overthrow Ramadan? Adamu? So these are the areas that seriously will bring voters details of whatever happens there, because it's kind of swing. Let me
it is a swing constituency.
So that is why NDC, last time I said, that is why they organized their rally at Medina, because they targeted this Adenta constituency and Medina constituency. Yeah. Because they don't want to vote, they want to mobilize the voters over there. But notwithstanding, NPP also did the same at Legon. At least from Legon, Medina and Adenta, they are not really far. So these two political parties did a lot of work there. There's another constituency that people also need to have a look at. That is the Okyeame North, of which later in the day, or just after this, we'll bring them the details of this various constituency, the voting pattern of this constituency, to see if really the certain member of parliament at Okyeame North, that is our Honorable Teresa Lydia Awuni, is going to maintain her seat, or the NPP parliamentary candidate, that is in the person of Nana Amadukwa, is going to overthrow Teresa Awuni. You see, Nana Amadukwa was an MP at Akra, and she swept from Akra to that is Okyeame North.
Okay.
The reason being that there was one MPP guru, a very key person MPP who wanted to contest for the seat of Okponglo.
Yeah.
That is the director for National Authority. I've forgotten his name. He has the National Authority. He was also the former NPP national organizer. So he is currently contesting for the seat at where Honorable Nana Amadukwa was contesting. So the Nana Amadukwa realized that no, he can't contest this man during the primary. So he's supposed to switch as soon as possible to where he found himself at Okyeame North. But it's going to be interesting. It's going to be very, very interesting.
And I'm also looking forward to what will happen at the Dome-Kwabenya area.
Exactly, exactly. Dome-Kwabenya is also an interesting place that viewers or people want to know, because Dome-Kwabenya has been NPP seat over the years. Professor Michael Kwe, NP some time ago, and Honorable Adresafo came to take over. But currently, Honorable Adresafo lost to Professor Michael Kwe Jr., Dr. Michael Kwe Jr. So it's going to be a very keen contested seat. From the global info analysts, they are saying that the current NDC parliamentary candidate is having the upper hand over that seat. That is from what they've gathered so far. We would bring details of that very seat too. Whether what NPP has done over the years in Dome-Kwabenya is good or it's not going to speak for them. That one too is a constituency that we need to work.
And then with Ashaiman, the way even the township of Ashaiman is already known for this. What word can I use? Very boisterous kinds of people, very rowdy. You know, there's a lot. You know, when they mention Ashaiman, it does not necessarily have a very good connotation. Imagine how elections are going to go there, because when you say you're from Ashaiman, Charlie, it means something about kwashe or something about fighting, like those kind. Just like the way even Nima is also noted for a certain kind of, you know, rowdiness.
Exactly.
I'm wondering how the elections would also go there.
That's true, but I would say that my brothers and sisters in Ashaiman have changed.
I hope so. We hope so.
They have. So this time around, we are going to experience a very smooth and peaceful election at Ashaiman and Nima. Yeah, there's another constituency that in Greater Accra that we need to actually keep an eye on. That is the Okyeame Central, of which I know our reporter Dorcas will be there to give us some live feed from Okyeame Central. Because Okyeame Central seat, it was won by Daniel Abdul Latif in 2020 election. And now the person who's contesting the Honorable Dan Abdul Latif as Jefferson Saki. And Jefferson Saki also happens to be at the office of the president. I think he was a deputy director of communication at the office of the president or something. So he is also a youth, and he has a whole lot of numbers. So that seat is keenly contested. As you said, we bring voters, viewers, the voting pattern in that seat as that constituency as well. And the last place I want to talk about is the Lejokuku constituency. Lejokuku constituency. It is also a constituency that have been changed MP every 4 years. Though in presidential they normally vote for NDC, but in parliamentary they change their seat every 4 years. In 2020, Honorable that is Okoboy lost to Benjamin Nate Ayuku, who is the current MP there. And Honorable Okoboy is coming back. For when you look at his slogan, he said Sankofa. Sankofa. So that seat is also going to be keenly contested, and we bring viewers all the update on that.
I absolutely love the fact that there are certain constituencies that are not loyal to just one party. They vote based on performance. And I think all the other constituencies need to actually emulate that. If the MP comes and does not perform, vote them out, because as we always say in a democracy, the power lies in the hands of the people. And you can exercise that power with, all your fingers, any of them. I don't want to just use the term. Maybe some people don't have thumbs, you know, some industrial accidents or something. But you can go and vote. Your is what is going to prove that. And I love that so much. So you realize that some people, they'll say skirt and blouse. And it is necessary, because if you don't perform, why should I keep you in power? To continue not performing? No.
You see, one thing, this skirt and blouse, you hear the member of parliament telling you that because my my government was not in power, I couldn't do certain things I'm supposed to do for my constituency.
But you were in parliament.
Yeah, so that is one disadvantage when it comes to skirts and blouse. People will tell you that, oh, you voted for NDC parliamentary candidate, but NPP presidential, let's say, candidates won. For example, the current hang parliament we have, 137, where NPP won. So those, for example, in the NDC side will be like, because my government was not in power, I was not able to lobby well for other developmental projects to my constituency. But notwithstanding that, it is their duty, it is their responsibility. And I also want to tell government, the new government, which is going to be formed, because we know after 7 January, the government of Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Bawumia has ended.
Yes,
so new government is going to take over.
Either Bawumia and Napo or John Mahama and Jainana. Yes, there will definitely be a new government.
Exactly. So whoever takes over, they should work with any of the MPs, being it from the NDC side, being it from the NPP side. We should stop this kind of he's not in my party, so I'll not send governmental project to his area. He's not part of me, so that thing need to stop.
But then also, I think that it is not. I don't want to use certain words, but I don't think it is an excuse for some of the MPs, especially if their parties are not in power. They are still in government. They are still part of the government process. So you can't tell us that, yes, we are there, but our party is not in power, so we can't do anything for you, or we can't do much for you. So what are you there doing then? That is an excuse that I don't think our citizens should take when their members of parliament say that it is not an excuse at all. You are there because, like we always hear, if you watch some of the parliament proceedings, all in favor say aye. You are there. You are also there, implementing some of the policies and things like that. So what then is your excuse?
But let me give a last constituency that people need to take a look at. That is the Ayawaso West. Ayawaso West, we're going to see it. And over some few days, special voting, we've heard a lot about the Ayawaso West, what has happened during the special voting. And viewers or voters need to take an eye on that seat. Yeah. I call her my leader. So is Leader Hassan going to maintain the seat, or John Dumelo is now going to take over the seat? We know over the years has been NPP, aside some few, the first, I think 1992, that is when NDC had the seat. But from that time going, it has been NPP all over. And we will bring viewers the gap, voting pattern. When you check 2016 voting pattern between the parliamentary and the NDC parliamentary candidate, it was very wide. In 2020, the voting difference was closed by John Dumelo by a very huge, it was very close. So we are looking at in 2024, is he still going to close that gap, or Leader Hassan is going to take advantage and still become the MP for people of Iowa West?
Okay, great. So we have our reporter in the person of Miss Beverlyn Annobel. We'll be connecting with her. She's at the Ladade Kotopong constituency. We'll be connecting with her shortly. But before that, I would like to remind you, send us your situational reports. Let us read it aloud and then also get to know what's going on with you if you're at any of the polling stations. And you can even tell us why you are voting. What are some of your motivations? Someone like me, this is my first time voting. I mean, I used to think I need to vote because I'm not so affected, but as I've become an adult, I realized, no, I need to participate. And even I think in one of the videos I was watching earlier, an older man, he should look not less than 70, was also voting, and he mentioned that he had been voting since 1960 something. And it's actually surprising that, we have our aged population also coming out to vote. My mother herself, she had retired from voting at a point and then has decided no, she wants to vote again. She wants to resume, because so it should tell you how crucial this is, like knowing that you have a part to play in voting, and then the situations now, you realize that, okay, you need to be able to come out and do something about it if you don't like the situation. And I'm glad there's no cutoff point for the ages now. But now we also have Beverlyn Annobel on the line, and she's at the Ladade Kotopong constituency, and she's going to be giving us some reports of what's going on at the moment. Hello, Beverlyn. Hello. Hello, Beverlyn.
Hello?
Yes. Hello, Beverlyn. Good morning.
Good morning.
I hope you're well.
Yeah, I'm doing great.
Yeah, I'm also good. So you are the Ladade Kotopon constituency. Which polling station or electoral area specifically?
Yes, I'm currently at the next phase polling station in Chado.
Okay.
Also at the Ladade Kotopon Municipal Assembly. And just now we had a conversation with the MP for the constituency.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how is the voter turnout at the moment?
Come again?
How is the voter turnout at the moment?
Oh, as of now, the MP for the constituency just casted her.
Okay.
We have been alerted that Lodina Mahama will be casting her vote at 10 a.m. So we are waiting for her to come and
what about the voters?
Have a little interaction with her as well.
What about the voters?
Yes, the voters are here. So we have like A and B here at the next page 2.
Okay.
A number of people, quite a number of people are here, whilst others who are preparing to come and then cast their votes as well.
Okay. Have you spoken with any of the voters to find out what time they got there, and even the polling agents, presiding officers?
Yes, I spoke to some of the voters earlier. I got to Lante Awuza, one of the polling stations in the constituency, and some of them got there as early as 4 a.m. You know, the constituency happens to be a residential area, but then there were still people who staying around. Some of the residents stay very close to the polling stations, and so they were on time. We saw them, some of them went to sleep and prepared the place. All others who were so generous to the electoral officers here.
So can you give us the candidates contesting this seat?
So we have Witana Odolesoa contesting for the NDC as at the NDC parliamentary candidate, and then we have Mr. Joseph Ado for the New Patriotic Party.
Okay, so considering Ladade Kotopon is also known for some small chaos, does it look like anything like that will be happening? Or has any chaos started there as well?
Come again.
I said, considering how your constituency is also known for a little drama sometimes, does it look like anything like that will be happening soon? Or if it's even going to happen?
So, as of now, there was an allegation that as early as 4 a.m., there were some lecturers. We don't know where they are from, but according to having some interactions with some of the lecturers, they are not from the constituency, they are coming from other constituencies, and they are now registering voted ID for them.
Oh, how and why?
And then some of them are even transferring their votes from their constituency
to this constituency. Is that allowed?
Yeah.
Not allowed. It's not allowed.
Yes, is it allowed?
It's not allowed. As of now, like I sent videos to the South.
Yeah.
It was people were there. I mean, people wouldn't like to be cheated, you know. And coming to top of the Ladade Kotopon constituency being like a very, very hot place.
Yeah.
Yeah. No one wants to be cheated. Yeah.
So at the moment,
everybody is on ground.
Okay.
Everything is in place.
So at the moment, does it look like the chaos is subsiding, or it's still, you know, a brouhaha there?
Okay, before I left, I'm currently at another polling station. Where I'm looking forward to speaking to. We are having an interaction with Miss Lodina Mahama. She will be coming at 10 a.m.
Yeah.
But as at the time I left there, I think everything was under control.
It was under control.
Personnel were around to make sure everyone was calm.
Okay. So where exactly are you at the moment?
I'm at the next phase school, a polling station in the constituency.
Okay. So how are the things there?
Okay, so the MP, the member of parliament of the constituency, the current sitting parliamentary candidate, came to cast her vote, and she just left. She gave her message to her people. So we are currently waiting for Lord Mahama to also come and cast her vote. Well, we have some little interactions with her as well.
Okay, great. That's glad to hear. I hope you have also casted your vote.
Yes, I have. I have.
Okay,
you know,
great.
the special voting. So
Okay.
We are good to go.
Yes. That's great to hear. We will reach out to you as the day goes on to find out more from the polling stations you'll be visiting. Please do stay safe and have a great day.
All right, sure. You too.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. So, people are coming to register people.
And it's, I don't know who is behind such acts, but it's criminal and it's not allowed in electoral process. But there's a little history about Ladadikotopon constituency.
Okay.
And especially in the aspect of the parliamentary candidates, we have an independent candidate also at Ladadikotopon constituency. Because he was a former MP and in the persons of, in the seat of NPP.
Yeah.
And in their primaries, they had some slight up and down issues in it. So Mr. Joseph Addo emerged as victorious. And Mr. Joseph Addo is a personal driver to the president of Ghana.
Yeah.
And he has been a very loyal personal driver. So when he emerged out initially, it was, Honorable Dr. Gerard Joseph Tete. He won the first primaries as the member of parliament or as the parliamentary candidate. But there was a lot of issues surrounding it. So he needed to step down. And they did a new primaries. And the new primaries, Mr. Joseph Addo emerged as a parliamentary candidate. There were some ups and downs within the party, of which the former MP also decided, no, he's going to run independent. So this time around, we want to see what really happened at Ladadikotopon constituency. Because what has happened is going to divide the vote of NPP over there. Because the former MP has his own supporters, and now Mr. Joseph Addo would also be in the name of NPP. And the SOA is also in the name of NDC. She's going to apparently have some advantage over the NPP.
Especially when they are divided like that.
Exactly. But we want to tell everyone that whoever is behind that registration process, it's illegal.
Yeah, the police should be able to
so
catch them.
After registration, where would their list go? Would they log to the EC site?
I wonder. Well, right now we need to call for a break. We'll be right back with more on this, and please don't forget to send in your comments, share your situational reports. Just text us on our WhatsApp number. When the phone lines are open, we'll also give you that information so you can call and tell us why you are voting, what's motivating you to vote, your constituency, your polling station, anything interesting going on wherever you are. We will be right back. It's still poll watch. Today is the decision day, and I'm hoping that a lot of you have arisen from your beds and you are making your way to your polling stations to go and cast your votes. This is your civic duty. I'm doing this here with me in the studios with Clement. He is also a reporter slash analyst slash host, everything. So Honorable Clement Yaman-Kwe. Now, if you have any interesting happenings at your polling station, you can share that with us on our live stream on Facebook and on YouTube. We are, of course, live on TV as well. You can send your interesting happenings and comments to our WhatsApp number displayed on your screen. We will announce when the phone lines are open so you can call us and then share that information with us. Tell us why you are voting, what is your motivation for voting, and your anticipation for this year's elections. We are hoping to interact with you all. Yes, Clement, so we were talking about some statistics and, some reports as well. I think we also have some correspondents in a few of the regions out there. We'll be interacting with them shortly. So, Clement, over to you.
Okay, I think there are a lot of things happening today, and people are, as we said, they are going out in their numbers to vote, because we keep telling viewers that to hold leaders accountable is for you to exercise your civic right, and that is your going out to vote, and that is what viewers and voters are going to do today. But there was one interesting thing that we want viewers to understand from the central region of Ghana. We know central region has been a swing region for so long, and NDC has been taking their either presidential candidate or vice running mates from this very region. From the days of Professor Fifi Atamils the late, he was a vice to Jerry John Rawlings, and he became the presidential candidate. From there, we saw the ex Emisa Atta was also a running mate to, or vice president to, the former president John Dramani Mahama. When he left, now we are seeing another running mate from Central region, that is Mama Jane. So now we have John and Jane combination.
JJ. It seems the JJ tradition continues.
Yes, it really continues in NDC. And I don't know their secrets, but JJ has been there.
Maybe, Rawlings used to be called Junior Jesus or something. Maybe the J, because it signifies Jesus, maybe to help them in their raise.
Yes. But you see, Central region has 23 seats. And last year election, that's 2020. 2020, NDC managed to get about 13 of the seats and 10 seats to the New Patriotic Party. But as we speak, NDC is saying that they want to gather a total seat of 20 from Central region and give only 3 to the NPP, New Patriotic Party. So by the close of today, we will update viewers whether NDC have been able to take that 20 seats they actually want to claim, and that is additional 7 to their seat, or they couldn't get. Yes, so
we are hoping to see what will happen for them.
Yes. But I think we have one of our reporters. I don't know. I think the producers are working to get her online. That is from Okyeame South, to give us some updates or some happenings over there. Okyeame South, we know, happens to be one constituency we need to take a critical look at, even though it's a seat of the New Patriotic Party, because it's part of Eastern Region. And we know that NPP has been reigning in Eastern Region, Eastern Region for quite a long time. But in 2020 election, Okyeame South, we have Nana Dankwa who managed to get a vote of 21,870. 21,870. And John Dramani Mahama had 10,108
what a gap.
Votes. Yes, what a gap. Almost 11,000 gap. And as at then, we have the Christian Kobina Andrews Gum also had a vote of 149. Yes.
How come? It seems I haven't really heard much about them this
so
time.
Looking at the energy Gum put in 2020 election and the kind of energy in 2024 election, there is a difference. There is a difference, and we would go also into that to know what is really the difference in that.
I think we should also find out what's happening with the other parties. It seems a lot of attention is on the MPP NDC.
So I'm even going to give that of the other parties. When you go to Okyeame South, on those dates, the CPP presidential candidate was Kobina Greenstreet, and he had 23 votes in Okyeame South. The PNC candidate, who was David Asibi, he had 13 votes from Okyeame South. We have the PPP candidate, as Adenta was Bridget, who had votes South from constituency. The GFP, who had that's Okedonko, our late Okedonko, managed to get 10 votes from Okyeame South constituency. Yes, she did well. She got 10 votes. And APC, our own Hassan Ayariga, had 8 votes. So 2020, our late Okedonko had more votes than even Hassan Ayariga. That is the APC.
Hey, I remember he used to be called Ayarikov. I think they were having the presidential debate, and then he had issues. I remember 2020 was quite an eventful year. Yes, that was when they were doing the form for Nana, and a lot of things were also going on at the time. Wow, that was a very good memory.
Traveling into the 20. I talked of 2020, so 2020 election. That earlier was 2020 election too. It turns out that. Yes, they are still doing whatever they want to do. And in terms of parliament in Okyeame South, the NPP candidate, who is Osei Bonsu Amwa, managed to get a vote of 21,247. 21,247. And on the NDC, who is known as Western Kojo Afri Fajan, who had 11,237, representing 34.59%, and NPP had 65.41%. So we want to know the happenings in the Okyeame South to see is NDC going to close the gap, or NPP is still maintaining the lead at Okyeame South. So we hope producers get our reporter for Okyeame South.
Yes, I think they're still working to get the reporter on so that we can speak to her. We also have other reporters and correspondents on various grounds that will be bringing us information. But for now, you can share with us where you are, what constituency you're voting from, anything that's happening at your polling station that you would like us to share with the world. We are here to serve you. Please go out and go out and vote. Vote for the change you want to see. Don't sit at home and complain. Yes. So now, we said we would discuss the smaller parties. It seems I think over the years, the maximum amount or percentage that they get does not even reach 5%. Why do you think that is happening?
So, Yara, in our political party, it has been dominated by NPP since 1992. And even in 1992, when you go to Parliament, it was dominated majority by Jerry John Rawlings administration, and NPP, they were not represented. That was in 1994. That is when NPP had some number of parliamentary seats over there. In 2002, the trend changed in terms of parliament. So it seems in Ghana, as I said, our partisan has been these two, NPP and NPC. And for a smaller party or this small political parties to emerge or overtake this NPP, NDC, then the person needs to do a very good job as well. A lot of work. And you see, one thing that is happening in our political landscape is that Ghana politics has been who is popular, and that has been the issue currently. So when you look at the trend, it has been who is popular. Over the years, the NDC would end up projecting someone for the next election. So when you take a look at 1992 to 2000, they were projecting
How far with them? Decision day. I hope you're making your way to your various polling stations to go out and perform your civic duty to choose a new leader. Yes, Clement is here with me in the studio, as you already know, and we're discussing some of the election trends. We're also liaising with our reporters and correspondents in the various regions and polling stations to give us status updates as and when needed. So stay tuned. You can also share all your interesting happenings with us on our Facebook and YouTube live stream or onto our WhatsApp number that will be displayed on your screens. You can also call in when the phone lines are open, and then you can share with us what's happening and why you're voting for, but don't forget, don't share who you're voting for. We will hear the results at the end of today. So, Clemens, back to our conversation about the trends. I think we were talking about
Central.
Yes, one of the constituencies.
Exactly. So I was saying that our central region has been a targeted region by the NDC. So we want to see what would happen at the end of the day. And from there, we made mention of the Okyeame South because we were trying to get the reporter there so that we could see the situational reports. Then we would just link it to whatever we are doing here at the studios. But by the way, we must say that the election is going on very smoothly, and yes, everything is going on well. But Yara, let's take viewers from away from Central and from Okyeame to Greater Accra, of which Greater Accra happens to be a very swing region in nature. and people are really taking a very look at Greater Accra region. So when you look at the voting pattern or the analysis in Greater Accra, in 2020, so let me take back to somewhere 2016 election in Greater Accra. So way back 2016 general election of Greater Accra, that's the candidates, presidential candidates, now Danko Akufo-Addo managed to get a vote of 1,6,458 of the total vote cast, which represents 51.80%. That is from Greater Accra way back 2016. And John Dramani Mahama, as I then had 18,476, representing 47.
Greater Accra is really populated because of 1 million votes.
Yes,
wow.
That is currently the highest populated region.
Yeah, I mean, considering capital is also here, so yes, the rural-urban migration is also going on.
It's also going on.
I think even for one of the interviews I watched sometime back, just a few weeks ago, the analyst that was being interviewed was saying that based on the trends, if you win Greater Accra region's votes as in the presidential election, it is sealed for you. You're going to win all the main thing for all the regions. And considering we have 1 million...
From that analysis, it's very good. But something happened in 2020.
Okay, but let's put a pin in that. We have our correspondent from Ashanti region. Is she on the line now? Okay, yes. Is he on the line now? Okay, hello, Richard Prempeh.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
I hope you're doing well.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, great. I hope you're well. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I hope you are doing well this morning.
Well, by the grace of God, I'm doing very well.
Wow, that's great to hear. So where exactly are you, and can you give us the situational report at the moment?
Yeah. Okay. Good morning to our cherished viewers. Here in the Central
it seems the connection is not very good. Could you reposition yourself?
And I started my tour from the Okponglo of the South constituency, where Accra happens to be their constituency capital. So I began the 2024 that is the South from Okyeame South. That is Okyeame South primary and daycare, where we have 8 polling stations across the school. So when I began the tour from 7 a.m. as the elections were to be started, as at that time, none of the polling stations have started the voting process. So, looking at Okyeame South RC primary, that is the polling stations across.
Printer. You see the printer? Okay. So, how is the security situation at the moment?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, hello?
Yeah, is it clear now?
Yes, it's much better. It's quite low, but it's better. How is the security situation?
Can I go on?
Yes, please.
Okay. So at Okyeame South RC primary, that is Center A and B, we have total number of registered voters at that police station 513.
Okay.
513. That is Okyeame South RC primary A. So as at 8 a.m., there are there only 10 are cast their vote. And then Center B, that is RC primary B, we have 525. And that's at 8 a.m. that I was living there. Only 25 people had cast their vote. RC2A, total number of registered voters are 480. 480 as at 8:03 a.m. Only 5 had gotten the opportunity to, go through the voting process. So I'll see 2B. We have 480 as total number of registered voters at that polling station. As at 8:06 a.m., only 23 had gone through the voting process. So, taking into consideration or taking the Okyeame South constituency in particular, we are expecting total number of registered voters that is 88,115. 88,115 across all the polling station centers or all the polling stations in the constituency. Okay. And the elections are held between the two parliamentary candidates, that is the NDC and the NPP. The NDC's parliamentary candidate is Wisdom Boama, aka Okumfi North, and then the NPP parliamentary candidate is Shelley Mame Tiwa. And then, fortunately or unfortunately, she happens to be the very first female parliamentary candidate for the NPP ever since voting started or elections started in the country and then in Okyeame South constituency. So, previous elections that is held between parliamentary candidates and then generally that is presidential candidates. Let me take the parliamentary candidates. Their vote 2020, last 4 years, it was held between Emmanuel Adenta, who is the current MP for the Okyeame South constituency, and then he pulled 46,929, representing 65.08%. We had an independent candidate who was able to pull 12,774, representing 17.66%. 17.66%. Where the NDC candidate then was Derek Owusu, who was able to pull over 20,000. So it tells you that this year the elections is going to be very tough between the NDC and the NPP because I'm looking at their campaigns here in Ashanti. Their campaigns were very tough. They pulled a lot of crowd following their rallies here and there. So until after the elections, you will know where and who emerged winner in the parliamentary elections and then the presidential elections between Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and John Dramani Mahama, NDC and NPP.
Okay.
Okay, so Richard. Hello, Richard.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, so you made us understand that as at 2020, the current MP that was sitting MP was the flag bearer for NPP. So what happens? Because currently we are seeing a different person as the parliamentary candidate for NPP. Yeah, hello, Richard. Can you hear us? Hello, Richard.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Hello, Richard.
I hardly hear from you.
Yeah. Hello, Richard. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello, Richard.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, please, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but your line is very thin.
Okay, so I think the technical team, they are working on that, Richard. So I was trying to ask that the sitting MP won 2020 election on the ticket of NPP. But going into 2024 election, we have a different person who, in the person of Mame Tiwa, is there a situation that a sitting MP lost the primaries or he stepped down for Mame Tiwa to go? Can you give us something about that?
Yeah, the sitting MP, that is Emmanuel Adenta, the two-term MP, lost the NPP primary to Shelley Mame Tiwa, who is the CEO for Minerals Commission.
Okay.
So he lost the NPP primary to Shirley Mamitiwa.
Okay, okay.
Now, how is it looking for Mamitiwa, since this is the first time a woman is contesting for this seat? Does it look like she's getting a lot of support from the people there?
Yes. Vying for this position on the ticket of the NPP gives her a very huge opportunity because since 1992, no NDC parliamentary candidate has ever been the MP for Okyeame South. You know, it was initially Nanasta for the Honorable, and then it turned to Honorable Benito Owusu, and then later got to that is Honorable Emmanuel Ade Anshere, the 210 MP, and now the North has been given to Shirley Mamitiwa, who is the first time female parliamentary MP. When you look at her through her actions, her activities, people are even tearing her up. Because being the first time female parliamentary candidate, you know, there are a lot of challenges though, but being on the ticket of the NPP here in Okyeame South, I think he stands tall.
Okay, thank you so much, Richard. But Richard, it seems the voter turnout in Ashanti region, comparing to that of Greater Accra, is very low, because in Greater Accra, from our key reporters, as at 8 a.m., we have about 10% of the total registered voters casting their vote. By looking at the statistics given, yes, RA2A having a total voters, that's 418, and only 5 has cast their votes as at 8 a.m. And R2B also almost 400 and above, and have only 23 casting their votes. It seems the voter turnout in Ashanti region early this morning is very low. Is there any situation that is causing this?
Well, the situation happens to be particular issues known to the voters themselves, but Achuma Agogo, RC Primary A, what delayed their voting process was on the ballot box. You know, there are fields that is for both NPP, NDC, and then the political parties who are vying for this position. So when the ballot box arrived at that polling station, that is RCA, the fields for the NPP, both fields were missing. And then it brought a lot of agitation between the EC official and then the NPP agents. They were just blocking the voting process, just to verify for themselves why their fields were missing on the ballot box. They had to call their regional bosses, their regional executives, just to know if we should allow voting process to take place or not. So after 8 a.m., they were giving the clarification that they should let voting process go on at that particular polling station. So that is what delayed the voting process at that particular polling station.
Okay, Richard. We will get back to you to know more happiness in the Ashanti region, and the issue of the seal from the NPP, which is not part of the ballot box. It's quite fishy, and I know voters want to know more into that, or viewers want to know more into. But since the party agent has already agreed, I believe he said party agent agreed to that.
Yes, party agents they brought the argument, but now we are very hearing from the original executive.
Okay, Richard. Thank you so much. We'll be having more chats with you moving on to know what is really happening in the Ashanti region. Thank you.
Yes. wonderful. That was Richard Prempe giving us information from the Ashanti region. We have another correspondent. She is in Ibri. She's in the person of Nanaba Frimpoma. We'll be liaising with her very soon to give us a situational report in Ibri, the polling station where she is located. So, of course, do look out for that very soon. But for now, yes, let's go back to the analysis. Yes. You were giving us some facts and figures.
Exactly.
Yes.
I want to run viewers through as reporters give us updates on the various constituencies they find themselves. We try to dig into the constituency to know the voting pattern. Yeah. So whilst Richard was speaking on the Achima Wambija South, I was trying to get the infos around Achima Wambija South. And you see, Ashanti region is a stronghold of the New Patriotic Party. And no matter what NDC might do, unless something different happens for them to gather some number of votes over there. But you see, even as we said, the current MP lost the primaries, and Mami Tiwa, as a new parliamentary candidate, automatically she will win because of Ashanti region and where she is contesting for. You see, in 2020 election, from the results, NPP had 58,109. From Achuma Wambija South. That's the votes they got. That is 82.25%. That's so much.
I mean, Ashanti region, I think since Ghana became Ghana, or since, you know, since 92, when we became a whole republic and all of that. Okay, no, we became a republic in like 1960. But since we started practicing democracy actively, yes, Ashanti region has been like, you know, when you mention Ashanti region, it's just
the home of the NPP. Exactly. So, in 2020, John Dramani Mahama had a vote of 13,827, which represents 19.10%. And the other candidate, Goom, had 333 votes from that very constituency in 2016. So, Yaira, there is a lot of things that happened in that very constituency. Let's go into the 2016 vote pattern. 2016 vote pattern also in Ashanti region. 2016, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo had 48,172. 48,172, representing 82.75%. You see, 2016 had a vote that is 82.75%. But in 2020, dropped 80.25%. In 2016 again, I want us to draw some pattern here. In 2016 again, John Dramani Mahama had a vote of 16.79%. 16.79%. When we went into 2020 election, he had 19.10%.
So he never even gets up to 20%. He's just, you know, in between that 16 and 19.
That's true, but it has really appreciated by a 3%, or we call it 300 percentage points. And NPP one has dropped by 2%. So indirectly, they are trying to appreciate their votes in the Ashanti region. Yes, they can't really take over, but they are trying to close the gap. So looking at...
I mean, it is possible.
Yes, it looks so looking at what happened not long ago, last week, NDC gathering that kind of number at the Ashanti region at the Asawasi Walk. People are saying that they are going to increase their vote turnout over there, and they are saying that they want about 34% of the total votes cast in the Ashanti region. We hope to see if that one is going to happen. But in terms of parliamentary area, as Richard said, it was between Emmanuel and Anthony, Derek, and Mesa Osei. That is in 2016 election. And in 2016, Emmanuel had 46,929 votes. And the NDC parliamentary candidate also had 11,883 votes. And the independents that Richard talked of also had 12,734 votes. So you could say that the independent candidate actually pulled a lot of the votes from the NPP side to his side. So we don't know about this very election, how it's going to turn out to be. But in the same way, in 2016, NDC had 9,708. 9,708. And in 2016, that's 2016. In 2020, they had 11,883. So this time around, to their vote
appreciated. Yes,
by 2,000 votes. So we are yet to see that in 2024, is the vote also going to appreciate by another margin? So these are the happenings that we want to see in Ashanti region in 2024 election.
Yeah, so if the vote is going to appreciate by any margin, it is up to you and I to come out in our numbers and to vote. It has come to us that our presidential candidate for the NPP has also casted his vote, and I think there's an image of him that we are going to project soon. Yeah, okay, so as and when we get it, we will also project it. We have our correspondent in Ibri. Is she available for us to speak with now? Okay, so as we also get her on the line, we will continue with our analysis with one over here. Yes, so in Ashanti region, I think I heard that there is a particular constituency that is solely for NDC.
Yes, that is Asawase.
Yes, Asawase. So can you give us the trends in that?
So let me try and get the trend for that constituency. And people wonder how come a constituency in the Ashanti region has NDC dominated. Yeah. I wonder.
As they are surrounded by all these MPP dominated constituencies.
I would get that statistics and we would delve into it. But before that, we must say that election is going on.
Yeah. So we have a comment here. This is from Michael Amweni. He says, are we going to see an appreciating value for the NDC at the Ashanti region, and that's for MPP at Volta? Keep up with the great job, Clock TV. Thank you. Well, it will be quite surprising, you know, to have that 10 where Volta region is now voting in their numbers for MPP, and then Ashanti region will be voting in their numbers for the NDC, because these are two known strongholds of both of the parties.
Yes, but you see, this year's election, the voting pattern is changing.
Yeah.
Though it will not change like
totally, yeah.
It's really changing. And last night there was an allegation, and I think NPP even had a press conference as late as 10 p.m. to 11 about Volta region.
Yeah.
They are saying that a constituency secretary they found with a ballot, 23,000 ballot papers, presidential ballot papers, and he's sending it out to Togo. You see, this was the issue that surround the banding or the closure of the borders.
Yeah.
So they are saying that this secretary was sending this papers to Togo, and I was asking for what exercise, and per their press conference, they said for voter education. So I was like,
voter education 20,000.
20,000, 23,000. So if I was asking myself, if for voter education, then is there anything wrong about that? Because if someone wants to go and educate his people on how to vote, if only that ballot paper is not going to be thumb-printed and be put into the ballot box and just for voter education, as the NPP in the press they said, then I don't see it to be alarming. Because you want to go educate voters on how to vote on that very day.
Why are you waiting till the day of voting to educate voters? You had basically 4 years to educate people, whether it's Ghanaians in Togo. You could have educated them. So this excuse, I don't think it is viable.
It's viable.
It is not. And now it kind of makes us understand why the borders are being closed. On one hand, it does affect people, but on the other hand, too, it is going to choose like, because 23,000 presidential ballot papers going out of the country, will they be returned, and when? And into which polling station, in which constituency? To whom? Who are these people who are taking them out? Is it NPP people or NDC people, or one of each who are pretending to be, you know, these are all things that we need to look out for.
Yes, I think you do have the police has released a press.
A press statement. Do we have that? Can we have that displayed, please?
Let's get the police press. Then from there, we just get into Asawase statistics or the breakdown.
So for now we have the interview from Okyeame South, and we're going to have that played just after this.
For the basic take 1B, very calm. People are taking in slow and the processes are going on smoothly. So we are praying that it moves on, and then at the end you see what happens. Yes, it is okay. It's also tight. It's also tight.
As my brother said earlier, everything is in its order as usual. The people are coming in their numbers, and we are expecting the turnout to be very high. So that's our impression for now.
My name is Okyeame South, representing MPC. So here is police station, Secrecy sector 2B.
What's your general impression about how the election started?
Wow, we started exactly 7, and you can see people are just trooping in to cast their vote. So you see the
So as we've seen, people are voting all over Ghana. So if you're in your home undecided, please just take that decision. When you get there, ask God, and then He'll show you who to vote for. But please do not stay inactive. Don't prevent yourself from taking part in this election. Just exercise your civic duty and vote for who you think is the right person to lead us into the next phase of this country. So yes, let's go back to our discussion on the analysis. While we're doing that, we'll be reaching out to our correspondent in Ebri to give us the situational report. So when we get her on the line, we will interact with her and find out what's going on in Ebri as well. Yes.
So, you asked of the Asawase.
Asawase, yes.
Asawase, that's Honorable Mubarak Muntaka. Let me start with 2016. Just a few. And in 2016 general election, Asawase, it was, let's go to the presidential. That's John Dramani Mahama had a vote of 39,363. Okay. 39,363, representing 53.95% in Asawase constituency. And Nana Danko Akufo-Addo had 32,926, representing 45.13%. So you can see that even though NDC is dominating Asawase, the gap is not all that huge.
Yeah.
The gap is that close, because when you look at this voting pattern, the difference was around 7,000. And in 7,000, coming years can be close if only much is put into by the NPP party. When you go to the parliamentary candidate, as we know, that is Alhaji Mohammed Mubarak Muntaka. In 2016, he managed to get a vote of 39,095, representing 53.57.
Oh, okay.
And Alhaji Ali Iddrisu on the ticket of NPP had 33,490, 33,490, representing 45.89%.
So
but I read something interesting.
Okay, something interesting happened.
Something interesting happened. When you look at the votes John Dramani Mahama had.
Okay, so let's put a pin in that. We have our correspondent from Okyeame South. That's basically the Ebri I was also talking about. She's on the line. And hello?
Hi.
Hi, Nanaba.
Yes, Benny.
Good morning. I hope you're doing well.
Yes, I'm doing fine.
Okay, can you tell us where exactly you are and the situational report at the moment?
Okay, so I'm currently at Okyeame North.
Okay.
I'm at Ebri Sector police station.
Okay.
We have 4 police stations around the vicinity. We have the Ebri Sector 2A and 2B, and then we have the 2-1 and 2-2. So for the 2B, the number of voters expected according to the EC official is 509. And for the A1, Ebri Sector A1, the number of voters expected is 414.
Okay. So at the moment, how many voters have come to cast their vote?
Okay, I'm yet to get that information at the
Okay.
moment. But the turnout is quite low.
Oh, okay.
We are hoping that as the day progresses, a lot of people will show up to cast their vote.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Okay, so it seems, so we would be very glad if you give us the figures, so so that we get back to give us the figures of those who have access now casted their votes, so that we can do the analysis at the studio. But Yaira, it seems the Ashanti region, the NPP stronghold, voters turnout seems to be low.
Yeah.
Reported so far. because Ashanti region had recorded low voter turnout.
Yeah.
And Okyeame South of we know is Eastern region, stronghold also has recorded low voter turnout. We are yet to get our Volta region correspondent. NDC stronghold,
to give us
some of the Western North,
yeah.
also NDC and all that place to know that what is really happening in the strongholds, because in the swing for now Greater Accra we know voter turnout is very high.
Okay.
What is happening in other places?
Nanaba. Oh, we lost her. Okay, I hope we can get her so we can find out how the voters are also feeling at the moment, the few that have turned out so far.
Okay.
Okay, so yes, like I said, our presidential candidates for the MPP had casted his ballot, and we have the video ready. So we're going to put that up for viewers to get a feel. So yes, that's him in his white. It seems he's also wearing white to anticipate victory.
He votes at the Wale constituency.
Oh, okay.
In the Upper East region.
Okay.
Yes, I think Upper East. Wale constituency. And he arrived at his hometown as at 6 p.m. to 7.
Yesterday. Oh, okay.
Yes,
then he was ready.
He was ready. I was following it on YouTube when he arrived. Yes, and I don't have a lot of people who was actually at his residence. And in view conversations or interview that a media house had with those people there, they were asked, why are you here? He said, we are here because one of our own is going to be the next president. So they were just there because of the motive that one of their own is standing for presidential candidate. So they need to support him in the numbers,
home support,
go all out and support him. So that is why they were gathered. Okay. I must say, they gave him the home support.
Yeah, so his constituency that he's at, is it an MPP stronghold?
Yeah,
or?
so currently the person who is sitting is an MPP.
Okay.
Yes, I'll get the name. It's Hajia, but he lost his primaries.
Oh, okay.
He lost his primaries to the aid of Bawumia.
Oh, okay.
So now the aid of Bawumia is now contested as the parliamentary candidate for that very seat. And I'll make sure I get that statistics for viewers to get. And you see, interestingly, that parliamentary candidate, that very seat had a lot of controversy surrounding it, to an extent that it was sent to the court by the incumbent MP, because she believed that there were a lot of issues surrounding the primaries and it was not so clear. So she didn't believe in the results. So she was like, no, I'll go contest in the court. So after her contesting everything, she decided to still give in.
Okay.
So currently, people are of the view that the incumbent is related to Bawumia in extended, she's
probably an extended family member.
And the current is also an aide to Bawumia, so he couldn't speak much on this issue. Yes, viewers at first that when this issue came up, Bawumia was quite silent on it because of the pertinent nature of who was involved. But I'm surprised. I know that people of Wale would give the home support to their own.
Exactly. Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's what is done usually, because if your home people are not supporting you, then who else would support you? You know, so I'm sure they would also give him the support, and we saw a lot of people also around there. Yes, I'm sure they also have the feeling that, you know, if we have a president from our town, then some attention would be brought there, because it seems as though over the years a lot of the attention is towards the southern part of Ghana when it comes to the development projects and things like that, and very little is, you know, geared towards the northern part. And then so, you know, having a president coming from the north, they also would feel like, okay, he would direct something to us, so you know, they would vote for him.
They will, but there's interesting parts that viewers will understand that our two presidential candidates are all coming from the northern part.
Okay.
John Dramani Mahama is from the north, and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is from the north. You see, over the years, the voting pattern has been that northern region is for NDC. Over the years, NDC has been winning the northern region.
So let's put a pin in that. We have one of our reporters from the Lejokuku constituency in the person of Miss Eunice Owusu. Hello, Eunice.
Hello, Yaya.
Good morning. I hope you're doing well.
Good morning. I'm good. Yourself?
I'm also okay. So where exactly are you, and what's the situational report at the moment?
Okay, for now, I'm at the Lejokuku constituency.
Okay.
Precisely the St. John's new site, Teshi.
Okay.
As of now, the voter turnout is very low.
Oh,
that's people are not really
impressive.
coming out to vote.
Okay.
But around 7 o'clock, 7:13, thereabouts, people came out to vote, but they weren't that enough.
Okay.
Yes, but as of now, they are not coming out to vote. So I don't know the reason why.
Okay. Were you able to get the information on the total number of voters expected to come today?
Yes, please.
Okay, so can you give us the figures?
So the total number of voters are 545.
Okay.
Yes.
So your polling station, could you give us the polling station again? You said St. John's.
St. John's new site.
St. John's new site, yes, in Teshi.
Yes.
Okay, so at the moment, how many voters have come out so far?
At the moment, I haven't really asked.
Okay.
They are not enough.
They are not that many. Okay. Okay. Yes. But have you spoken with any of the voters to find out how they are feeling and, the anticipation for the turnout of the elections?
Yes, please.
Okay, so what are some of their sentiments?
Yes, some are very excited, some are really excited. But I spoke to one old lady who came around and they told her her police station is at Nungwa.
Okay.
Yes, so she's gone back. She's frustrated. Even though she's old, she's really frustrated. And she said she's going to Nungwa to go and cast her vote.
Okay.
But I've really observed something. The youth are not really coming on board to vote.
Oh.
The youth are not coming on to vote at all. It's just the
older people.
Old ladies and, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah. So what is the situation with the security and the presiding officers as well and the polling agents?
Everything is cool here. The security, we have one security around.
Okay.
He's also making sure everything is under control, and the presiding officials, they are also making sure everything is going on well.
Okay.
And also the party representatives who are also here, they are monitoring things and they are making sure everything is going on well.
Okay. So have you visited any other polling stations aside where you are currently?
I'm yet to visit another around.
Okay. Okay, so we will reach out to you shortly to find out what's going on at the next polling station that you visit. Thank you so much, and please be safe.
You too.
All right. Well, we started the show with, enthusiasm. We thought people were coming out, but then also Ghanaians have this characteristic of last minute.
Exactly.
So, I mean, it's now 9, okay, it's 10 a.m. now, and a lot of people are, probably resting. So I'm sure they are waiting for like the 2 p.m., 3 p.m., 4 p.m. to go and vote. I'm sure some would even complain that, the sun and things, so they are waiting for it to get to sunset.
Before.
Yeah, but I think this year, the voting time was changed a bit,
it's still 7 to 5.
7 to 5
yes,
p.m.
5
Okay, okay.
Yara, let's take viewers through Lejokuku constituency.
Okay.
Wow. Before, on our first section, I made mention that Lejokuku is a constituency that viewers or people in Greater Accra want to watch because of the voting pattern and who is involved.
Yeah.
And interestingly, let's take us to 2012. Let me start with 2012. Yeah, 2012, sorry. 2012 election. In Lejokuku presidential, that was John Dramani Mahama. A vote of 53,710, representing 56.58%. 56.58% in 2012, sorry. And Nana Dankwa pulled 40,662. 40,662, representing 42.83% as at 2012.
Yeah.
Then we know that in general election, John Dramani Mahama won that election. That's very in 2012. And in terms of parliamentary, that same 2012 parliamentary, it was won by NDC Benita Sina,
Okay.
Benita Sina was the one who won that seat. Yeah, so as it's displayed on the screen, Legon constituency in 2008, what viewers see is a parliamentary election, actually.
Yeah.
And in 2008, NDC had 30,622.
No, that's NPP.
NPP, sorry,
Yeah.
30,622. And NDC had 42,087.
Yeah.
42,087. In 2012, NPP had 42,038. And NDC had 52,524. When you go into 2016 election, NPP had 45,259 and NDC had 43,092. When you go into the 2020 election, NPP had 54,072 and NDC had 55,938. So I really wanted to make a point here that the Jogogo constituency happens to be another constituency where the changing pattern actually changes. So in 2012, NDC parliamentary candidates won that very seat for NDC. And
I see that the gap started closing up from 2016. Yes, the gap became smaller and smaller, if you realize.
Yes. So in 2012, you can see the gap between NDC and NPP was almost 10,000. 10,000 votes difference in 2012. When you go to 2016, the vote gap, the difference was just 2,000 producers. If
we can bring back the image so we can do our arithmetic.
Even on the screen, so that we can even use the screen for that arithmetic. But notwithstanding, let me just read from my tab. So, as I was saying, in 2016, Akufo-Addo won that seat again, Lojokuku. He won, that is, by 32,916, representing 51.62%. 51.62%. And John Mahama had 30,330. So, in presidential, as at 2012, where John Dramani Mahama won, when it comes to 2016, in presidential, NPP on another down of Akufo-Addo won the election. Yeah,
we have, like our constituency that we mentioned, the Adenta constituency, we have Blessing on the line, and she's going to be giving us a situational report. Hello, Blessing.
Hello, Yaya. Good morning.
Good morning. I hope you're well.
Yes, please. I'm doing great.
Okay, so can you tell us where exactly you are and what's happening at the moment?
Okay, so I'm within the Adenta constituency, and I'm at the polling station right here at the ICJC polling station. I left the Victory polling station a while ago. Yes. And within this particular polling station, there are 3 centers, and the people are not coming out to vote in with 2 particular centers, but one particular center is seeing a lot of people.
Okay.
And you can see the youth among the people. Like, I actually didn't think this would happen because all the other polling stations and their centers had very few voter turnout, but this particular one is interesting. I was about to go speak to the presiding officer to know the number of eligible voters and how many people had voted and you voted through. So I'm hoping that very soon I'll be able to interact with them, get the necessary information for our viewers.
Okay. What about the voters? Have you interacted with them? As you mentioned, there's a polling station that has a lot of youth. Have you spoken with them to find out how they are feeling and why they're voting?
Well, most of them are trying to be a bit secretive with who they have to vote for, and that is understandable because that's what's supposed to be done. They are just mostly about the fact that they're just looking into their lives, the situation Ghana is in right now, and that is influencing their vote.
Yeah.
Yes, but most of them are focusing on the 2 major political parties, which are the NDC and the NPP. But I want to chip in with this particular one. The polling agents I've seen so far at the various polling stations are mostly from the NDC and the NPP. You would hardly see any other from the other political parties Yes, it is only the Victory Cresby polling station which I saw one polling agent from the new force. Apart from that, the other polling stations are having only polling agents from the NPP and the NDC.
It seems it's only the NPP and NDC that are, for lack of a better word, more serious with the voting, because they know the other parties know that
the other parties,
you know.
serious, yeah.
But she just mentioned that most of the polling agents are from the NPP and NDC,
because they know that after all the investment they make,
it
might turn out to be the other.
Is Blessing, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, have you visited any other polling stations in Adenta?
Yes, I've visited the St. John's, the Victory, the RCGC.
Okay.
So I was just about to interact with the presiding officer, knows the voting for the central, which has a lot of voters. Then from there, I'll go to another polling station.
Okay, so the polling stations you visited, were you able to get the figures for the expected voters to come out today?
Okay, so I've already sent a few, but the one I still have with me here, I have St. John's polling station, the Center 1A is expecting 479 voters.
Okay.
The Center 1B is expecting 478. The 2A is expected 550. 2B is expected 535. For the Victory Cresby, you'll have to hold on a bit for me.
Okay.
Check on my phone for you. So, few minutes, please.
All right, we're here. We're waiting for you.
Yes. So, with the Victory, the 2A is expecting 413, and then the Center 1A is expecting 460. And as 9:15, only 51 people have voted at the Center 1A. Yes. At the Victory Cresby.
Okay, so as at 9 a.m., I think that's 10%, right?
Yeah.
So are we, from the look of things, do you think more people will be coming as the day goes by?
Okay, so having spoken to the presiding officers for these police stations, they are saying it's a trend that Ghanaians really like to come out to vote when it's about to end. So they are only expecting Ghanaians they are only expecting them at the last minute. So their expectations are not for this morning.
Okay.
It's for when the voting is about to end.
Okay.
So we are also going to look around until when it's about to end to see if what they were expecting would be the same or it's going to end.
Great. Thank you so much. We will reach out to you as the day goes by for more updates from the Adenta constituency, as we were talking about it earlier. Yes, the swing constituency. Please do be safe as you go through the polling stations in Adenta. Have a good day.
So, let's come back to, we were talking about Lejokuku before Adenta constituency results dropped. But I'm sorry, the reports, we will delve into Adenta, but let's look at Lejokuku because it's swing constituency. They don't maintain MP.
You show your powers, then we maintain you.
After 4 years, they changed MP. So in 2012, the one who won the election was I think Benita Sina on the ticket of NDC. She had 52,554 votes. 52,554 votes, representing 91.96%. It was a very huge vote. And as at then, the NPP candidate was Gladys Nole Ashite. She had 4,238, representing 7.42%. So you could see that the gap was so huge, so huge. And moving to 2020 election, the NPP changed their candidate. That's when we had Dr. Bernard Okoboy, who came to the scene. NDC still maintained Benita Sena. But this time around, NPP won this election. Look at the gap. That was almost 91% to 7%. But this time around, NPP managed to get a vote of 32,000. 32,463. 32,463, that is 50.83%.
Yeah.
And Benita, who was incumbent MP, then had 30,357, which represent 47.53%. So meaning that a lot of work was done by NPP in 2020 election to reclaim the seat, because the gap between them in 2016, it was so much that nothing, and that's 2012 was just so big, so big. But the amazing thing is, what happened in 2020 election? The candidate was still Dr. Bernard Okoboy on NPP, but this time around, NDC changed the candidate to Benjamin Ayukunate, and he had 55,938 for NDC, representing 50.48%. So this time around, they appreciated the votes by a percentage of 3. And when you look at the actual results, as at 2016, it was 30,357. And this time around, they had 55,938. So this time we are yet to see that is Dr. Bernard Okoboy going to be given another opportunity to serve the people of Lojokugu constituency, or Benjamin Ayukunate is still going to be maintained as Member of Parliament?
Well, if we look at the trends, it looks like maybe, but then like it's been going on. Anything is possible these days. So
the amazing thing is this time around, this 2024 election, history would change. And patterns might end up not speaking. Because when you look at the patterns, things keep on changing. Like every 8 years, we have to see something new. And when we see something new, voting pattern also change. But this time around, people are predicting that something new will happen.
We have another reporter on the line, Miss Edna Yeboah. Hello.
Hi, Ira.
Yes. I hope you're doing well this morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to you too. I hope you're fine.
Yes, I'm doing well.
Okay, which constituency are you currently located?
So I am reporting from Ayawaso North.
I
had the chance to cover Ayawaso West program.
Okay, so can you give us a situational report for both?
So it started very early, around 6 to 8. And also everything went well. So my police station is Bethany Methodist School.
Okay.
Yeah, everything is going on well as of now. But then people are not really voting. There are songs there. I think by 1 p.m. they would have come out to vote.
Okay. So were you able to get the number of voters that are expected to come out today?
Yeah, about they are.
I also North and hello.
Yes. So I spoke to the presiding officer. Yeah, and he said some of them. I think they had to transfer some of them to their now polling station. I don't know what happened, but maybe when they were transferring to this place, maybe something possible, so they had to
go back.
Send them back to their original polling station.
Now, do you know the number for the Ayawaso West and the Ayawaso North, the number of voters that are supposed to come out to vote today?
I'm yet going to the Ayawaso North where I was placed.
Okay, so
you can call me back and I'll give you.
Okay, but you mentioned that you had covered the Ayawaso West, right?
Yes.
Okay, were you able to get the figures for that station?
No.
Okay, so then were you able to even speak with some of the voters to find out how they are feeling and their motivations?
Yes, I spoke to a couple of them.
Okay, and what were some of their sentiments?
Some are having a neutral feeling.
Okay.
And so the only thing they said was that they are hoping that whoever they voted for wins.
Okay. All right. So we will definitely contact you as soon as possible to get the information on Ayawaso North. That's where you're heading towards, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we will contact you again shortly to find out the situational reports there. Thank you so much, and please do be safe.
All right, bye.
All right, bye. So yes, before we wrap up this first session, we are going to finish up on our Lejokuku and then go to Adenta quickly. Then we take a break.
Lejokuku and Adenta has the same pattern.
Yes.
Adenta also changed MPs every 4 years.
Yes. We like show working. So if you show working,
you are part of them.
Yes.
So that's the pattern of Lejokuku and Adenta, of which, as you are saying, after this, the next section will bring viewers the analysis, the breakdown in the parliamentary and presidential election on Adenta.
Yeah.
But now the question is are the people of Adenta going to maintain Honorable Ramadan? Are they going to maintain him as a member of parliament, or Honorable Akosua Right? Yes, is going to take over as the new member of parliament for the people of Adenta? These are the questions that people are asking, and as I said earlier, Adenta is a constituency that you must watch in this very election.
Yes.
In this very election. I don't know if our producer is having
the statistics. If you can project it for us, please.
Yes, so that we just walk through it quickly. And then we'll go for the next section. But as they get the statistics. Okay, so that's the Adenta constituency
my
for
people.
You. Yes, your people. In 2008, NDC had 20. So that's parliamentary results actually. So NDC had 20,329. 20,329, and NPP had 16,873. In 2012 election, NPP had 30,805, and NDC had 35,409. In 2016, it had 33,952 NPP. NDC had 32,588. And in 2020, NDC had 63,436, and NPP had 49,255. So you could say the voting pattern, as I said, has been changing. And look at the difference in 2020 election. The vote between that is
NPP and NDC,
it's so huge. But we will break the real statistics just after this section.
I think it was only in 2016 that it was quite close. Every other year has been a bit, the margin was quite bigger, because you can see 16,000 and then 20,000. Then you can see 30,000 and 35,000. It was only in 2016 that was pretty close. And then now we have 49,000 and 63,000. That means I didn't think people were not happy with it.
so we will bring the reason why such thing happened in 2020 just after this section.
Okay. So do we have the data for the Lejokuku as well, so we can compare with Adenta? If we can have that displayed. Yes, so this is for Lejokuku. And we have the 30,000 and 42,000, 42 and 52. That's 10, almost more than 10,000. Then 45 and 43,000, and then 54,000, and then 55,000. Here too, I think it was maybe in 2008 and then 2012 that there seem to be bigger gaps, but the subsequent years have been smaller.
You see that the difference is not that much. So anybody at all can close the gap. Because in 2012, as NDC managed to get 52,000 as against 42,000 to NPP, NPP came back to
get 45,000
as against NDC 43,000. And in 2020, NDC came back again for 55,000,
and then NPP got 54,000. So even you can see that the voter turnout even increased. Yes. Because if in 2008 it was just, so if we the mathematics, 30,000 and then 42,000, the division. But you can see that in 2020 like this, we had the 54,000 and then the 55,000.
And one thing is, every 4 years, voter register or voter registration in every constituency
also increases, because more people come of age.
That is why you see that data. So thank you very much, producers, for this.
Yes, thank you so much. And now this brings us to the end of the very first session of Poll Watch. We'll be going on a break, and the next session will be hosted by my co-host Miriam Abna Dede and also her counterparts, who will continue where I have left off. We will see you in about an hour. Do remember to go out and vote. Send your comments and your sentiments, the reasons, any interesting happenings in your vicinity or polling station to our WhatsApp number that is displayed on your screen, or to our Facebook and YouTube live stream. You can join us. Tell us what's going on. Tell us where you're voting from. Tell us why you are voting. You don't need to tell us whom you're voting for, though. So yes, please do stay safe. Please go out in your numbers to vote. We will see you again in an hour. Stay safe. It is exactly 6 hours, 30 minutes since voting started. Have you voted yet? If you haven't, then you still have about 4 hours, 30 minutes more to go cast your vote to make a decision as to who becomes Ghana's president come January 7th, where he will be declared as our president. I welcome you to Poll Watch here on Clock TV. I am Miriam Abena Adede, and it is time for us to delve into issues happening in and around elections. And as we've always told you, we promise to bring you nothing but insights of this year's election. And today I have with me Nana Asari in the studio, who will be doing this with me. Hello, Nana.
Hi, Miriam.
What's up? What's up? What's up?
Yes, as usual, as I always say, we are up and then we are grateful. It's a good day. You can see that I have my indelible ink on my little finger.
I haven't voted yet. I don't know what I'm waiting for.
I mean,
we the last minute voters.
I was told, for me, I was actually treated preferentially because there was a long queue at where I was voting. But immediately I went there and I showed them my media accreditation. They were like, oh, media people are giving preference.
Exactly.
So they vote early and then go back to business.
Yeah.
So I was given preference to vote earlier and then yes, so immediately I did that. I casted my ballot, made my decision to participate in the choice of who
I wish I could ask you who you voted for, but that would be behind the scenes. But Nana, what did you vote?
So I voted at the Ayawaso West.
Ayawaso,
yes.
And currently it is trending on X. Ayawaso West Legon is trending. What's happening there? When you were there, what did you see?
So generally,
how was the atmosphere?
The atmosphere was very calm, very peaceful, no tension. It was quite a smooth one, and I must really commend the Electoral Commission on this one. You know, Obi Adia Osayi,
yeah.
So we in a men say no. So this particular one, I want to commend the EC.
Yeah.
When I went there, I asked for the total because I was a media person. They were able to open up and then share some insights with me. The total number of registered voters for where I was going to vote at Police Station 3 at the Jolu Primary School, which is in the Ayawaso West Legon. It was slated that 474 people were registered to cast their ballots at that particular polling station. So the total number of registered voters for Ayawaso West Legon Polling Station 3 at Jolu Primary School was 474 people. And it's been a hot seat for the MPP since time immemorial.
Nana, take a breather. Let me walk our viewers through, the things we are going to be discussing today on the second session of today's Poll Watch here on Clock TV, and then you come in. So we are going to have intermittently field reports from our reporters who are spread across our 16 regions in this country, and they are going to be giving us situational reports as to what is happening on the ground. And also we will have some key manifesto promises from two major political parties, the NDC and also the NPP. We are going to delve into that as well, and then we'll bring up some trending stories, things that are happening in and around, our polling stations, everything. We'll also give you a briefing from the EC. The EC chair, Jean Mensah, has addressed the media, I think, some few hours ago. The first
four so far.
So after every 3 hours, they are going to brief us as to what is happening on their side. This and many other conversations we will be bringing to you here on Porch. Nana, let me come back to you. So you were telling us, you were giving us data as to what's happened at your polling station.
So when I went to cast my vote, as I earlier mentioned, that's the polling station 3 at the Ayawaso West Legon constituency. That's in the Jolu Primary. Then the total number of registered voters at the time, not at the time, the total number of registered voters for that particular polling station was 474. And out of that 474, as at 9:35 a.m., about 123 people had come to cast their votes.
Okay, so we've been notified that we have our correspondent from Okyeame North, Nana Bafrempong, to give us a situation that is happening at the Okyeame North constituency right now. Hello, Nana, can you hear me?
Yes, please, I can hear you.
Right. We understand there has been some form of misunderstanding at your polling station. Can you tell us exactly where you are and what is happening over there?
Okay, so I'm at Okyeame North constituency.
Okay.
Police station, a brief check.
Okay.
A couple of minutes ago, there was a misunderstanding between the MPP agents and then the NDC agents and the security as well. The NPP agents were claiming that one of the NDC agents is a teacher, and when his students come to vote, he tries to convince them to vote in their favor.
Wow. And
so they confronted, the NPP agents confronted him.
Okay.
And then there was an exchange of words between them.
Okay.
And then the security personnel came in and told the MPP agents that if there is any misunderstanding or if they have any grievances, they have to direct it to them, the security personnel, so that they will handle it. They shouldn't take matters into their own hands.
Okay.
And I think that one didn't go well with one of the NPP members.
Okay.
And so that also resulted in exchange between the security personnel and one of the NPP agents. But the other security personnel around came in, and then now the situation is calm now.
But Nana, let me ask, where were the security personnel when the NDC agents was doing that?
So that was the reason why the NPP member was angry, because she was saying that they should have detected it.
Exactly.
Yes, so they were around, but they said they can't see everything. So if somebody sees something that is not going on well, then they should be prompted.
Okay. Were you able to get the demographics of the people that were being influenced to vote in favor of the NDC? Were they young people, first-time voters, aged, you know? Did you see them? Did you have an encounter with any of them?
No, it's alleged. The NDC
alleged.
Is alleged.
Okay.
So we can't confirm that that is what the NDC is really doing.
Okay. But has the issue been resolved?
Yes, it is resolved now, and then the place is calm.
The place is calm. Okay. Thank you very much, Nanaba. We will be getting in touch as to when we get a new development.
All right, that's fine.
Okay.
All right, so in that particular constituency, if I may, the previous results in that particular constituency shows that that's one of the MPP's hot seats, with the certain MP Nana Dokia Eshiama. And the previous election in 2020, they had 55.35% of the votes. That's in the Okponglo. That was 226,646 votes, as against the NDC's 10,505 votes.
Yeah.
So that is 21.81%. The rest were being shared by independent candidates and all that. So it still remains that that place it's a hotbed, because
it is because
NPP, although amassing 55.3% and still needing to sort of influence people allegedly, or the NDC influencing people, it's quite a hotbed for the NPP, and I'm sure they don't want to lose it with their sitting MP Nana Dokia Esiama.
And she is not even standing for that constituency anymore. She has moved to Okyeame North, where she's contesting for the seats of the parliamentary candidates for the NPP.
It's really interesting.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting.
Yeah. So it remains to be seen what's going to happen at the end of that particular poll. So she leaving her constituency with that kind of percentage that she had. I don't know what the decision behind the MPP's.
So some political analysts have alleged or have said that it's because they wanted to win both seats, so the Ekropong seat and also Okyeame North seat. NDC, it is a member of parliament for the NDC that is on that seat, so they want to take that seat and also occupy that of the Ekropong seat, Ekropong North seat.
But yes, so just as you mentioned, Justice Kote Amasa, who is the NDC parliamentary candidate for that particular constituency, that's Ekropong, he's also done a lot of groundwork, and it looks as though he's swinging a lot of the youth to his side. I think I understand the agitations by the opposition party, and then trying to allege all these things on them, and then it remains to be seen what's the outcome. So that's an area that we have to pay particularly close attention to, considering the fact that the difference was quite mad, a lot. But in the space of 4 years, a lot can happen, a lot can change. So, Miriam, it's an interesting one.
Okay, so let's cross over to the Volta region, Ketu South, where we have Joseph on the line to tell us what is happening over. Hello, Joseph. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joseph. I understand you're reporting from the Ketu South constituency.
Yes, both Ketu North and Ketu South constituencies.
Okay, tell us what is happening currently.
Yes, generally the election process is very peaceful here. Yeah, no issues of violence recorded at all the police stations visited. So far, I have visited 14 police stations, 8 in the Ketu North constituency, and then 6 in the Ketu South constituency.
Okay. What is the security process currently? Do you see security personnel ensuring that everything goes well over there?
Yes, at all the police stations, the security officers were there. I spoke with them, and all of them told that they didn't have any security issues. Everything is going on calmly.
Oh, okay. What we are seeing now are seeing from the Ketu South and Ketu North, and we are speaking with our Volta regional correspondent, Joseph, on the line. Anna, do you have any question for him?
Yes, so the current MP for the Ketu South constituency, that is Jifa Gumashi, and the NDC, it's been quite a hotbed for them. They've been able, for the past 3 elections, they've been able to rack up over 80% of the total votes over there. But it looks as though the MPP are sort of climbing up in that particular region, considering the fact that in 2016, it was well over 90% for the NDC. In 2020, then it dropped down to 87%, so 87.47%. And then the MPP considerably were able to rack up 11.06% of the total votes over there. How does the atmosphere look in that particular region? Does it look as though the NDC will be able to make strides back into the 90%, or they are going to remain in that particular? Will the NPP, I should say, be able to be racking up the numbers in that particular constituency? How do you, prior to the election and the rallies and all the campaigns that have been done over there in that particular region, how do you particularly see this towing towards?
Hello, Joseph. Are you on the line?
Hello, yes, I'm on the line.
Do I need to take my question again?
Make it brief.
Yes, please.
Yes, so I was saying that the NDC and Jifa Gumashi, they've actually, that's a hot spot for them. They've racked up 87.47%, and we know that you've been there during the campaign period and all that. MPP, their numbers have been rising, especially in the Ketu South municipality. They've racked up 11.06% of the votes in that particular region. So I want to understand how the atmosphere looks like for this particular election. Does it look as though the MPP will be making strides again, or the MDC are going to clear them as they always do?
Yes, for Ketu South, since the beginning of this Fourth Republic, the NDC has been the one retaining the seat.
Yes.
NDC has been the one retaining the seat. The same thing applies to Ketu North. But over the past few years, MPP has been able to add up to the number that they are making day in, day out as far as election is concerned. Looking at the political activity, the campaign making this change to the electorate, the NDC is likely to retain the seat, and it's also likely that the MPP also active gain in terms of numbers.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph.
Okay.
And
so we'll get to Joseph when we hear of any developments. Thank you so much.
All right, you're welcome.
Okay, so quickly we are crossing over to Pokwase. We are crossing over to Pokwase now. We have some development happening over there. So if we could have the video on.
Is it
okay? So yeah, tensions have risen in Pokwase as alleged NDC supporters gather to interrupt suspected ballot tampering by alleged MPP officials at a hotel. So that is what we are seeing on the screen now. Some members of the NDC are trying to interrupt suspected ballot tampering by alleged MPP officials at a hotel inside Pokwase. So we are trying to reach our reporter.
The MP for that's the Trobu constituency where Pokwase finds itself as Moses Enim, and he was actually he's been actually very particular in his particular region, considering the fact that there are developmental projects going on there, and he has been spearheading a lot of their projects. So it's quite dicey over here. The NDC came very close the last time the election was held. The margin was not really vast, and it looks as though that is a hanging seat where they
I would even say Pokwase constituency or the Trobu constituency has some form of swing areas when we come to elections, especially with the parliamentary candidates, because the NPP have contributed significantly to their development, as well as the NDC. Even in opposition, they are still doing so many things for the people. So it is really going to be a tough one in that constituency, I must say.
It's interesting, considering the fact that Moses Enim has. It's interesting considering the fact that Moses Enim has spearheaded a lot of projects, and he's been also very vocal when it comes to parliamentary affairs and parliamentary issues. So Moses Enim and his people, we are actually seeing an alleged issue of
alleged
an issue of voter ballot box tampering, and the issue is that why are they keeping it in a hotel? Is it the safest place that we have to keep these things? I thought they were usually transported with the presence of policemen, and what's actually going on there. So our correspondents are actually on their way over there. They'll get there soon, and then they'll be giving us express updates and news concerning that.
Exactly. So, Nana, let's move straight to the briefing of the Electoral Commission. I think an hour ago or two, the EC chair came out with a briefing to talk about the development so far as to since we started the election. So
since we started the election, there's been a lot of concerns that have been raised about a lot of questions were asked.
Okay, so we have the video ready now. Let's take a look. We'll be right back.
All right.
And I believe the head of the fire service, the head of the army, the head of the army, and I believe the head of the immigration, and as the Electoral Commission also sits there. But we, as we mentioned, our involvement is really restricted to the movement of our activities, the protection of our installations by the police, the supervision or the observation of the printing, and so on and so forth. As to the security deployment, we are not aware, and we are not privy to it. So we would, we would investigate these issues that you have made. It's important that when you make these, you raise these issues, you are very direct and you provide information as to where those things are. But in terms of security, fire service, the head of the army, the head of the army, and I believe the head of the immigration, and as the Electoral Commission also sits there. But we, as we mentioned, our involvement is really restricted to the movement of our activities, the protection of our installations by the police, the supervision or the observation of the printing, and so on and so forth. As to the security deployment, we are not aware, and we are not privy to it. So we would, we would investigate these issues that you have made. It's important that when you make these, you raise these issues, you are very direct and you provide information as to where those things are. But in terms of security, we have no hand in it, and we do not make security arrangements. Thank you.
And that was Jane Mensah, the EC chair, with their first press briefing, which is going to be happening after every 3 hours. They are going to be briefing us. Now, except from what she said, I think they said voting began at exactly 7 a.m. today, which is going to end at 5 p.m. later today. And also, as at 7 a.m., 99% of all polling stations were set and had begun. And also, media has been to the National Collation Center, which is the strong room. I think previously it wasn't like that. In our previous elections, the media did not have access to the National Collation Center.
Yes, so previously, so Jane Mensah actually reiterated the fact that this particular one is sort of maybe a novelty, something that has just come up. It's a new thing that has been brought up. And people raised a little bit eyebrows on it, and then she actually further clarified that media had been given access to the National Collation Center only during the declaration of results. But this time around, she's granted the media all access to all the coalition centers, not only the National Coalition Center. So all access. But
it also raises the concern of the fact that people would be in a hurry or haste to bring out, results that have not officially been declared by the EC. Don't you think the full access to the strong room could also, in a way, to some form of misinformation?
Well, that is very true. You have a valid point there. But one of the key values of the National Electoral Commission is that they are supposed to uphold transparency at all costs. And at the National Coalition Center, it's actually going to sort of make everything better, because if at the National Coalition Center we can have a decision.
Okay, Nana, let's cross over to Community 7, where we have our reporter Peter Insia on standby to speak to us. Hello, Peter, can you hear me?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay, I know it is very scorchy out there, but what is happening at your polling station? Where exactly are you in the first place?
Okay, so currently I'm reporting from the Community 7 within the TMA Central constituency.
Okay.
Specifically, TMA Joint Church Polling Station.
Okay. So tell us what is happening over there.
Oh, okay. So at the TMA Joint Church Polling Station, speaking with the electoral officer, Mr. Bako, he reported that the current voter turnout is 128 out of an expected voter turnout of 420. So I can say that the turnout is somewhat encouraging, but there are no queues, and the environment is very peaceful. The atmosphere is calm and orderly, but the sun is very scorchy, as you said.
I can see that, and we are seeing a video from your polling station currently, and we can see that the place is very serene. Nana?
Yeah, Peter, I'm sure you're up and you're grateful. There are quite some concerns that have been raised previously in TMA Central concerning security. So I want you to highlight what you see over there. Is the situation generally calm and peaceful? Are we seeing some agitations? The agents interfering? We want to have like a brief on that particular part as well.
Okay, so here at the TMA Joint Church Polling Station, the security here is very tight. So I can see 3 police officers and then 2 fire service officers who are here to ensure peace and order. And then the polling agents are also working tirelessly. The EC officials are also working. And then there are a number of observers also around. And so for here, the environment is very peaceful and very calm. Just that the voter turnout is not encouraging. So we are hoping that as time goes on, we get a number of our voters coming in to cast their vote.
Peter, I can see the place is not too busy. Do you think people are reluctant to come in to cast their votes, or they are busy? Have you had any encounter with any of the voters around?
All right, so I had an interaction with one voter who also expressed the same concern that the place is very serene. As usual, at this place, they don't normally report any form of irregularities or chaos, things. But then from my own point of view, I believe that the people are just busy because around businesswomen are busy selling, stores are open. So I think that they are just busy. They want to sell for some time and then later on go to the various polling stations and vote.
Peter, that would be an assumption. I would be very happy if you could get closer to, one or two people in their shops and to find out why they haven't, gone out to cast their votes, because it is very crucial that they go and elect a president for us. So I think in our next conversation, we would like to have that information as well.
Yeah, Peter, but before
I go, I also visited a number of polling stations in the Okyeame constituency.
Okay.
Yes. And so I was able to visit the Peter Methodist Church polling station and also the Mozambique Disco Church polling station. And so at the St. Peter Methodist Church polling station, according to the presiding officer, Mr. Robert, he stated that the voter turnout as at 9:20 a.m. was 30. Out of an expected voter turnout of 707, which of course I is not encouraging at all. Also, I was able to interact with voters to express satisfaction with voting process. So, also for the security too, it's also tight over there. And then EC officials are also working, polling agents, observers are also around, making sure that things move on successfully.
Yes, Peter, we've been actually told by the EC that at least 5 EC officials. Hello? Peter, can you hear me? Hello, Peter.
Hello.
Hello, Peter, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Yes. So we've been told that at least the EC assured us that at least there will be 5 EC officials over there to conduct elections at every polling station. That is one of them issuing out the indelible ink. The first one, that's the supervisor supervising everything. The other one issuing ballot paper 1. The other one issuing ballot paper 2. That's for the
presidential and parliamentary.
And then also the first one also cross-checking to verify the names of the people. So 5 people per polling station. Is that what you are seeing with all the polling station or all the rounds that you've done? Are you seeing at least 5 electoral commission officials represented at every polling station? We want to know the situation on ground at the moment.
Hello. Yes, I'm seeing.
Peter, are you safe?
Hello.
Hello, Peter.
Yes. Hello.
Hello, Peter. Are you? Yes, I was asking that we've been told. Peter, would you stand somewhere better so that we can speak to you?
Whilst he does that, we have an interview of Peter and someone, I think a voter. Let's take a look at it. We'll be right back.
Very, very calm. For here, we normally don't have those challenges. We are all good to go.
Okay, so currently we are here at the TMA Community 7, specifically the TMA Joint Church Polling Station. So speaking with the presiding officer, he says everything has been smooth. Everything has been smooth. Voting is ongoing. A lot of people here waiting to exercise their franchise. And so far, so good. Everything is ongoing. Everything is going on well. So we'll be visiting other polling stations to find out what is actually happening there. So stay tuned. We'll be giving you more information about this very constituency, TMA.
And that was Peter Insia, our reporter inside TMA Central, and also he's doubling as a reporter at Ashaman.
Peter is a big man. He has a very large area base to cover.
I'm just hoping he's safe because I was hearing some sounds in his...
Oh, definitely, because the rest have actually given that the situation is really safe usually over there.
Yeah,
so,
like on the aspects of security on the part of EC, they said they have not yet, heard or encountered any security issues at any polling stations, but we have, some security concerns being making headlines.
So, as rightly so, in the EC at 9:53, when Jane Mensah was making her press briefing, she mentioned that there were no reports of violence in the election. That was at the time that she was reporting. And she mentioned that there was no reporter, but later on, just about some 15-20 minutes afterwards, we've heard of cases of 2 arrests, one in the Okyeame South municipality, and then the other in the Kentambo South, in the Bono East region. So the first one that was in the Okyeame South, that was arrested for Ali having an altercation with some of the EC officials, and the person even brandished a weapon.
Yes.
So for brandishing a weapon, it's actually disturbing public peace.
Exactly.
As we talked about of the electoral laws and conventions, tackle that disturbing public peace. So it's one thing that we are looking up to see the end of it. And then in the Bono East region, we also have an issue of arrest. This is quite interesting because this time around it was an EC official called Derrick Joseph, Mr. Derrick Joseph, who has been arrested, and he was arrested because he issued out ballot papers, 15 of them without their first presidential candidate on them. That is. Mahmoud Baumia was not on the ballot paper that he issued out. So 15 ballot papers issued out there, and this was by an EC official. I wonder how that was done, and I wonder whether that vote will be valid, because it has to be a complete set of votes for it to be valid. But this time around, there's no number 1 presidential candidate on there. So it's interesting. That's Mr. Derrick Joseph has been arrested, and definitely come the end of the election, we'll see the prosecution done. So these are issues of security.
On the issue of indelible ink, I think some concerns have also been raised, as it has been alleged that some people at a particular polling station, I think about 5 or close to 10 people, had no indelible ink on their index finger after voting, and people are concerned. People are asking, what is happening?
So yes, the indelible ink is really part of the electoral process.
Just like what we are seeing on your finger.
You are seeing on my left pinky, if I can call it that way. So Mr. Fred Tete, who is one of the head of research and one of the analysts at the Electoral Commission, earlier this morning, he further reiterated that the indelible inks have been transported to all polling stations, and then all polling stations have indelible inks to work with, and even extra should they run out. So he actually mentioned that this morning at about 6:50 a.m. in an interview with City Newsroom. But then this time around, during the press briefing of the Electoral Commission chair, that's Mrs. J. Mensah, she was asked that there are certain people who have voted in a particular region or a particular place, and there's been issues or concerns raised about they not having indelible inks on their fingers, and she actually challenged the journalist that asked that she should or he should get the name of the polling station, because the indelible ink, in her own words, it's part of the electoral system in Ghana. So it is part of the electoral system in Ghana. That means it has to be covered. That means it has to be part of the voting process. That means the voting process is not complete without you having an indelible ink on your finger. So it is one that we all have to take into consideration. It's one that we have to all particularly pay attention to, because the indelible ink on your finger shows that or go to tell that you cannot vote again. It's one of the fiscal pointers to see that you have casted your vote and then you do not or are not going to be allowed to vote again. So
I think that should be taken very seriously because we as voters should also ensure that we do not leave the polling station without an indelible ink. You know, maybe on the part, okay, so we have the vice president. Hey, yes.
That's Mohammed's wife.
Mohammed's running mate, actually.
Running mate, oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah, the running mate for the NDC's presidential candidates, John Dramani Mahama, Jane Mensah, is who we are seeing on our screen as she is peacefully casting a vote. Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman. Yeah, she even has an auditorium in the University of Cape Coast.
Oh,
yeah, she was one of the vice chancellors of the University of Cape Coast.
Yeah, so we'll be talking about profiles very soon. But,
very soon.
We need to quickly run over some of the issues that have been going on in the public.
Okay. So since we have seen that for the NDC, let's take a look at the running mates for the NPP presidential candidates. John Mahama. We have Dr. also known as Pope. He is seen, casting his vote as well.
But now security concerns are being raised over there. You know, if one person is going to cast his vote and the number of people that are exposed to what he's going to do, well, we all know who is going to vote for though. But but you know, you do not really put these things in the public eye, public domain.
You could see the smiles on the EC officials, their faces. They've seen a celeb, like a big man.
I mean, if I'm sure if that is, we saw smiles on the faces of the EC officials as well when
Jane Nana
Opoku-Agyeman was also.
I mean, even if I was the one, I would also be happy to see, Napo and Jane Nana.
Has the potential of being the vice president.
This might even be the last time they see him.
Well, I mean, it needs to be seen as to whether the outcome of the elections remains to be seen.
Okay, so we have the presidential candidate for the NDC, National Democratic Congress, John Dramani Mahama, also on the screen as he is going to cast his votes. And Nana, your concern is being seen here again. Look at the number of people rushing to just get a picture, a video of the former president, John Dramani Mahama, in his white T-shirt as he heads towards the polling station to cast his vote.
Well, there's one thing that we have to commend these politicians for. One, voting is your responsibility. They are showing this as an act that everyone needs to go and vote. But another thing
they are setting an example.
Another thing that we need to talk about is the fact that they are not supposed to be wearing party paraphernalia. And then when you look at them, all of them are beautifully adorned in neutral colors or neutral political colors. That is going to show. But today, I've been in town,
I also have seen. I have not seen anyone in any party. It means the education has really gone far.
So that's one thing that we have to commend the media. That when the media partners with EC, initially we were having issues of the media not being accredited, and now we have the media being accredited to all coalition centers. So we are taking steps in the right direction. Now we are not seeing people in party paraphernalia on election day because people understand the need not to campaign, the no campaign. It's not time, it's just time to make a decision. So it's actually quite commendable what we are doing as citizens and what the presidential candidates are also doing as well.
And we as a media outfit would also ensure that we bring you nothing but premium content with regards to this year's election, which is ongoing, and we're going to bring you everything you need with regards to this year's election. As we've said, Poll Watch is your trusted hub for election insights, and so do not change your channel because we promise to bring you insightful conversations here on Poll Watch. You're still watching Poll Watch on Clock TV. I am Miriam Abna Adede, and I've been doing this with Nana Yao Asari, my very own Nana Yao Asari. And yes, so you can join the conversation by sending in your comments to our WhatsApp number, which has been displayed on the screen, and also via our streaming platforms, Facebook and also YouTube at Clock TV, and we'll gladly read your comments out. Yes, so that is it. I don't know if we can take a break. Or
well, let's highlight. The press briefing.
Okay, sure.
At the press briefing, the Electoral Commission Chair, Mrs. Jane Mensah, mentioned that voting began on time in over 99% of the polling stations. That is over 99% of the polling stations. And we went on to look for some of the 1% where the voting didn't begin right on time. That is at 7 a.m. this particular morning. And one of them was the Wejagbawe constituency. The Wejagbawe constituency, at polling stations 2 and 4.
Okay.
The voting had not begun as at 9 a.m.
Okay.
And the reason for this was the AC in their initial press briefing mentioned that the reason for this was because there was a swap in the pink sheets.
Nana, let me cut you, but we have Ifwa Anderson on the line, and she's reporting from the Ewutu Senya constituency, a very, very tenuous constituency as well. And so, Ifwa, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm fine. Great. How are you?
I'm doing great. I hope you are hydrated over there because the sun is very, very scorchy.
Oh, actually, it's very cloudy. It's drizzled not too long ago.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Are you at Ewutu Senya East or Ewutu Senya West?
Yeah, it's Ewutu Senya constituency. That's not to be precise.
Okay, so Ewutu Senya.
Partial last, so I've been to 4 elections. I spoke to various. So I went to Ashton.
F1.
Yes.
Yeah. Can you please position yourself well so we can hear you clearly? There are some breaks in your speech.
It's very cloudy.
Okay. Let's hear you. You said you've been to 4 polling stations.
Yes.
Okay. Namely?
Okay, so they have 4 centers here at Ashton Glasgow. We have polling station 1, we have polling station 2, we have polling station 3A and 3B, and then we have polling station 4.
Okay.
So in total, we have 2,234 voters. And then so far, looking at the station, they were expecting 567. And so far, 100 casted their votes. And also looking at polling station 2, we have the electoral office, Mayor Aticho. He said they are expecting that country and voted. And as now, they have just 224 voters haven't casted their vote.
Okay.
And then also, we have the polling station 3A, we have the electoral officer, and according to him, he said he represents 404 voters, and as of 14, they just have 350 people having casted their vote. And then 3B, we have Mr. Abigail Ampoma. And then according to her, they are 120 voters. But as of now, looking at the queue and everything, she said she can just attract just estimating 241 people having their votes.
Okay, Efua, can you hear me?
Yes, please. By your line is.
Okay, so let's look at the voter experience. Have you been able to interact with some of the voters? What are their experience so far? after your interactions with him?
Okay. I realized that I really want a change here in Kaswa because for National Laptop, we're saying the MPP government been attending to them but the audience complains the MP and then nothing has been done. Serious people, they really change here as well.
Well, I didn't get that.
You're saying that there's been some complaints in polling station 4. Are we getting that right?
Yes, please.
So what are the complaints been in particular? Is it concerning the EC officials? Is it concerning the conduct of the people that are going to vote? Or is it concerning the conduct of the parties in question?
The conduct of the people who are at their vote.
Okay, so what has been some of the complaints over there?
Okay, within of that, the complaints are much. The complaints are much. I can't read them out, but if I see that it's me as maybe I'm involved with the
So are they complaining about the usage or the BVD, the BVDs? Are they complaining about that, the biometric verification devices working smoothly? We want to understand.
I got that one citizen who was about this book. Actually, he was a good person, so I got in contact. He was about cancelling. He was being told that his name wasn't in the book, but he had his voters at. So I confronted him, which is Mr. Emmanuel Astichu, and he said it's not yet. His name isn't in the book. That according to the citizen or the person who was about his vote, that he registered here 3 months ago. He was being verified. So how can he on this citizen his name isn't in the book? So that was the controversy founded over there at the polling station.
Okay, thank you very much for the updates. But before you go,
and then, so with the Security Act, I don't know where the National Security is going for, whether they are working for NDC, they are working for NDC. I can see a lot of personnel there with the fact that, but once you get there, people who claim to be part of the national security, they are also monitoring the place. So it's not good. It's very hard because they have to live it on the police service and also the various police personnel control or monitor the election, not the national security person.
Okay, Miriam, I think this is something that we have to pay particularly close attention to because. Okay, thank you very much. I think we'll be getting back to you, but Mimi, this is an area in which is in East that we have to particularly pay attention to, because the police came out with one of press briefings as well, and then they said that even the military are not allowed to in this particular election. The sole agency for security in this election is the police force.
Yes.
So national security is not supposed to meddle their affairs.
Exactly.
In this. So you know about earlier in a previous post. Act 999 came to cancel out the vigilante groups, and then all these security issues were seen to be sorted out. But now at elections, we are hearing firsthand from Efo Anderson at the Utuzinya East that there are some people that are in the position of national security which
monitoring the voting process,
which has to be looked at. So it's one area that we'll be speaking to Efo Anderson on. But just before I get to you, Utuzinya East is one of the seats that are hotly contested by 2 females. One of them is the only one of 29 females in the in this current parliament, that is Mavis Hawakumsin. She is also the Minister of Fisheries. So it's an interesting one. We also, when the Fisheries Ministry was open, and then
she was interviewed. So it was an interesting interview.
One. And she's been heavily contested by Nakoyo Okuno. In 2020, they both previously, and then now they are contesting again. In 2020, Ms. Hawakumsin got the nod with 52.55% of the votes, and then closely behind her was Mrs. Nakoyo Okuno, who had 47.45%. And this year, they are going hammer and tongs at it again. They are going head to head again, and it's it quite remains to be seen what's going to happen. Because 52.55 and 47.45%.
It's a bit close.
It's very close in terms of the numbers that they both racked up, considering the fact that historically the gap has been wider for the NPP. So it's one thing that we have to pay particularly close attention to.
Interesting days ahead, Nana. We are hoping that everything will be peaceful and successful at the end. I think you were giving us the EC's briefing, but before that, we have a video of the NDC presidential candidate's wife, Mohammed's wife, where she was also seen casting her votes. If we could have that video.
Okay,
Lordina Mahama,
Madam Lordina Mahama.
And I'm so happy to see our leaders also, taking charge, leading an example for people to see the essence of, exercising our franchise today.
Seeing her makes me happy because, John Dramani Mahama, in his closing statement, when at the final rally, quite an interesting one, he says that he knows he's been going up and down, and he's tensed, and he's tired, so he's thanking his beautiful wife, Mahama, that after the elections, how they usually do it, so it means something is going to go down. But I
mean, that is also a sign to all the men out there who look up to John. He encouraged his wife, he sure that he loves him, and that is very, very important. We know he's been very busy up and down. I doubt if he even spends time with the family and all that, but he has
a strong backbone
behind
you. And then you can also look at, just as Dr. Mahmoud Baumia also as well for the MPP rally. Immediately he finished his speech at the MPP rally at the Legon Park. Immediately he finished, you could see that the first person that went to him was his wife. He gave him a very warm hug. So the role of wife in this presidential elections, we are seeing, we've seen that is Madam Mrs. Semira Baumia also go on radio broadcasts and all that radio tours for her husband in helping get political power. So it's showing the role of
it's very interesting. I mean, and I really respect the two gentlemen for doing that. So we will be having our reporters again on the line, Randolph and Dorcas. We are trying to reach them. Where they'll be giving us a live report with visuals as to what is happening in Odododio constituency. A very
interesting one.
A very tensious.
So yes, let me quickly go through. As I said, voting began on time in over 99% of the polling stations, and I said we went on to see the 1% of the voting, the polling stations where the voting was not on time, and then we realized that one of them was Wejagbawe constituency, and the Wejagbawe constituency. Why voting was delayed over there as at 9 a.m. was the fact that as at that time.
Okay, so.
Let me just conclude before you move. As at that time, the pink sheets had been swapped from polling stations, so it delayed. That means people were there, but then the pink sheets to actually verify the voters were not there. They had been moved to different polling stations, so it was quickly rectified. And at 10:27, they had started voting. And we actually spoke to Mr. Fretete of the Electoral Commission, and he said that extended time will be given in the queue by 5 p.m. and have not been able to cast their ballots. But not those who join after 5 p.m. So immediately you are there by 5 p.m. then you'll be able to cast your votes. That is something that Mr. Fretete, one of the of research and the analysts.
Okay, so we understand we have Dorcas Ado on the line from Okyeame Central. If we could have that interview. That was Dorcas Ado and a voter from the Okyeame Central, but we have a bit of a technical challenge. We'll get back to them whilst they bring us a live report. And we are still here on Clock TV. It is Poll Watch, where we bring you all the election insights of this year's election, and so you cannot afford to miss our conversations. You can join us by sending in your comments to our WhatsApp number and via our streaming platforms, where we will read all your comments out, and also any submission, anything you have to tell us, just send in a message. You could be a reporter to us, by the way, so you can tell us what is happening at your polling station and also your constituencies, and we will be glad to receive such information from you. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll delve into the manifestos of the two major political parties, the NDC and also the NPP, and also look at the achievements of their running mates and even the choices, what influenced their decision as to making a choice as to who to be their running mate, and if that has an influence in who becomes this year's president. So let's take this break. We'll be right back. And you are welcome back to Poll Watch here on Clock TV. I am Miriam Abna Adede. I have with me Nanaya Wasare in the studio where we are co-hosting this program. A very insightful conversation here on Poll Watch where we bring you all the insights you need into this year's election. We've had some conversations earlier. I think Yaira and Clement did that earlier in the morning. And we are also, continuing this afternoon. Nana, during our break, just the short break, a lot of things have happened, in that space. And currently, it is alleged that at Okyeame South, the MP for Okyeame South, Dakwa Newman, in a way has intercepted with the voting process, and some ballot papers have been destroyed, and there has been a citizen arrest as well where some misunderstandings have erupted from that constituency. We are trying to reach our reporters to tell us exactly what is happening there. Nana.
So it's quite interesting over there in Okyeame South. We earlier mentioned that at the St. Teresa School, someone had been, a gentleman had been arrested for brandishing a weapon. He was actually holding a weapon.
And it's at the same polling station, St. Teresa School.
St. Teresa's had an altercation with some of the EC officials, and then it led to the police intervene. So that was the first arrest of the day, and we mentioned it. So it's quite interesting over there in the same Okyeame constituency, that Okyeame South constituency, that we are hearing that the police has further arrested about 2 individuals, or 3 individuals, I should say, who were actually allegedly in possession of some materials believed to be ballot papers. So these individuals have been arrested, and then now they've been taken to police custody. So they are currently assisting the police in investigations. They were arrested at a hotel very close to the St. Teresa School. So this is an area that we have to have our security forces really right on deck and right on check to be able to make sure that no other electoral malpractices go on over there.
And we are hoping that the EC will, brief us in their next brief. But Nana, interesting thing has happened at the Ablekuma West constituency where voters have rejected food from, it is alleged that they have rejected food from the MP, Asla Owusu Ekufo, and that is also making headlines. Now, people are also saying Ghanaians rejecting food. This is like the first time they are hearing this, and
so there's been some clarity on that particular issue. So that's the MP for Ablekuma West constituency, that's Esla Owusu Ekufo, has come out to deny the food sharing allegations. She says that she finds these allegations as reckless and unfounded. That's what she says. She says that after she mentioned that, she also mentioned in her statement that all logistical supports provided were well received by all involved. So it remains to be seen whether she offered some logistical support to the EC officials or to her party agents. But this is the full statement from that is Esla Owusu Ekufo. She says that this is a malicious attempt to sow discord and undermine the unity and worked tirelessly to build with my constituents. The statement read, Esla Owusu Ekufo reiterated her commitment to serving her constituents with integrity and stated that logistical support provided on election day was well received. She said that, to my constituents, I assure you that I remain committed to serving you with dedication and humility. Let us not be distracted, founded distractions, and be guided by facts and mutual respect. She says that my commitment to the people of Ablekuma West is unwavering. Over the years, I have served this constituency with integrity and a deep respect for its people, prioritizing their welfare above all else. My team is focused on ensuring a smooth and peaceful electoral process, and any logistical support provided was well received by all involved. So she did not outrightly say that. Well, it remains to be seen whether the logistical support that she's talking about is
food, yeah.
But then she's saying that it was well received, and it was not to influence voter behavior, but to her party agents who are working tirelessly to ensure that the elections are going on well as planned.
But
so she's sharing food all right, but not to voters, not to influence voter behavior, but to her party agents who are working with her.
Yeah.
So,
we are happy that she has come out to clarify that, because I think 3 days ago, where we had the special voting, we experienced a similar incident to the Ayawaso West,
Wagon,
yes.
That's my constituency.
Yeah. Where Honorable Lydia Al-Hassan was found, was accused or allegedly giving out food items, where she also came out to clarify that it was for her polling agent and not. But I mean, these acts at all. And I'm happy that we haven't, experienced that, with the exception of this, which is the first one. We haven't any of that. And also with the issue of taking photographs of ballot papers, used ballot papers, we haven't experienced much of that yet. And we are hoping that we don't experience that. Please make sure you go by the protocol set for the voting process, and make sure you exercise your franchise and leave the polling station.
So the issue on the secrecy of the ballot is being upheld there, both by the Electoral Commission and then also by all the voters that are present there. That's 203 of the election of the PNDC law 284, if I quite clearly recall. Which talks about the secrecy of the ballot. So the secrecy of the ballot is going to show that on the part of the voter, his voting secrecy is going to be held to the utmost highest. That is, there were sometimes some time in past that when you see in a particular region, which were one party dominated, when they actually realize that you vote for another party, then all eyes are on you, and then you are called all sorts of names and all that. So, but then the EC has come to clarify that they are protecting the secrecy of the ballot, and then also to ensure that they are admonishing or they are advising that you do not take pictures of your ballot when you actually go to the polling station. So please do not take pictures of your ballots when you get to the polling station.
Okay.
Amy.
On the issue of secrecy of voters and also voting materials and everything related to the Electoral Commission officials, we have our reporter, Dorcas Addo at Ekumfi Central, where she is going to have an interview with an EC official. Hello, Dorcas. Dorcas, and trying to give us some reports with an EC, and we will get back to her on that. Now, still on the issue of the EC, it has been alleged that the Electoral Commission has allegedly sent inks that do not to the Bono Western region, Eastern region, Bantama and Kwabre East in the Ashanti region. And this, they assume, is a double voting plot. This is an alleged story or event that is popping up. We are trying to reach our reporters to find out what is happening. But Nana, people have also raised concerns with the issue of indelible inks. In a world of digitalization, people think we have come a long way to still be using indelible inks as a way of showing that you've casted your vote. Can't the EC come up with anything that's like a receipt or something? I don't know what people want the EC to do. Have already casted their votes, Anna.
So when it comes to double voting, especially in this digitalization period that we are in. So the indelible ink is actually just to show that you have voted. And then that's just a physical sort of mark to show that you have voted, and not something that should sort of outrightly prevent you from voting. So imagine someone else has an indelible ink, the same position before the elections actually began as that person, and while the person has not actually voted in question. Maybe the person had some elections in school and then it was done on the person's hand. Now the person has come now to come and vote in this particular election. Now are the EC going to sort of say that don't vote because you have an indelible ink on your finger? No, the indelible ink is part of the electoral process, but it is not the only means to verify or to avoid double voting. We have the BVD devices, that's the biometric verification devices. So if you go on, it is your finger, your biometrics that are being used to verify whether you have voted or not voted, and not just the indelible ink.
Let's cross over to Ayawa. Our reporter Eric Odame on the line to speak with us. Hello, Eric, can you hear me?
Yes, please, I can hear you clearly, madam.
Okay. Good afternoon. And what is happening at the Ayawaso North currently?
Well, currently I'm at Ayawaso North, which is Accra New Town precisely. We have Acotex Mox 1 and B. As I'm talking to you now, I'm at the Acotex Mox A currently. The voting started around 7 a.m. and thank God everything is moving on smoothly. There's no any challenges, and one thing I've observed is the attendance is a little bit slow, but people are telling me gradually people will come and vote. But we have a little challenge too, which is the verification machine down. Voting as chancellor as I'm right now. So this is a situation at hand at Accra.
Okay, Eric, you made mention of the fact that the verification device is a bit down. With any of EC officials to find out what they intend to do to resolve that issue.
Okay, I've spoken to one of the EC officers, and they have low battery. Initially, they were told that they would be giving them months, but when they came, it's only 1 month that they are having. So when I spoke with one of the officials, he told me that the machine has a little low battery, so they are yet to start it so that the voting will continue. So as I'm talking to you now, we are still on hold and we are still trying to connect for the device to start working.
Okay.
Voting will go on process.
Okay, thank you very much, Eric.
Thank you.
We will call you shortly back. Please be on standby.
Okay, all right.
Okay. And that was Eric Odame, our reporter from the Ayawaso North constituency, specifically the Newtown polling station, where he was giving us on what is happening over there. Now, Nana, you were speaking on the issue of the indelible ink not being the only way to prove that someone has already voted, but okay, let's cross over to our reporter, Dorcas Ado, to give us the live report.
All right, so as part of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, we've been to a number of polling stations and constituencies. And here currently we are at the Ablekuma West constituency, and particularly the Agege Mamponse Shiabu electoral area. As you can see, electoral processes are ongoing smoothly and soundly. There's been no security issues being recorded from the officials we have spoken to. So we understand that exactly 7 polling stations started their electoral processes, as the EC officials were here on time to bring their various electoral items. So elections at the moment is ongoing soundly, just as recorded at the previous polling stations we visited. I'll be joined in shortly by my colleague Randolph. Hello, Randolph.
Hello, Anako.
Yes, we are doing this together. Right?
Yes, of course.
Yes, so from the previous polling stations we've been, can you your impressions so far?
In fact, I must say I'm very highly impressed about so far we have experienced so far. In fact, this election, I can see the few places we have been to see it's one of the most peaceful election and organized, that you can see that EC really has done so well, and much of the things that I have realized has been the improvement is actually relating to information. You can see that EC's information that they channeled out, they were very transparent in most of the stuff, so it's actually omitted ambiguity or a space for people to have doubt and, let me say, create bad impression. But so far it's been so peaceful. All the places we have been, looking at Ablekuma, is it Odododio constituency? When we went to Odododio constituency, the place was very peaceful. The police officers who were there are very calm.
Yes, so I remember one of the officers at Odododio mentioning the peaceful nature record match point. So can you tell us what could attribute to the peaceful nature of the electoral processes this year?
I think much of it has been information. We realized that, one, information in the sense that most of the people got so much information by the EC, the police, and I mean everything seemed to be so transparent.
I must say the NCC also has a part to play.
Very, very true. They actually, education went so far, and I think the media has also really done well in this. The other aspect also has been modernization and education in terms of people are now educated. They understand that, I mean, election is not about, fighting. It's not about, it's a competition of ideas. You go there, you go and vote, and then you go home. And I think so far it's been one of the very successful ventures we have seen so far. You can also see that EC, including the political parties, also were able to demarcate well in terms of the polling stations, in the sense that most of the places were actually open. They were separated, so you wouldn't see so much of a crowd where people would agree and be saying all kind of stuff. But so far you can see that the process is ongoing. Places we have visited so far, it's so peaceful, and I like that the fact that EC and then the people are also conducting themselves so well. The parliamentary candidates, all the agents, and then talking about the EC officers have also been very professional. So I think so far so good. I'm very impressed about the whole thing we are experiencing.
Okay, so I must state on record also that from observation, Clock TV has seen that security is also well enhanced, where we have the security agencies like the Ghana Immigration Service. Here particularly we have officers from the Ghana Immigration Service. We also have fire service here, police officer. However, from the past previous police stations, we had sight of the Ghana police officers being deployed across. So off record interactions with an immigration officer, she mentioned that she couldn't really explain why some polling stations don't have their officers around, and she stated that it's about deployment. So once management deploys you, wherever you are deployed, you have to go. And I understand for this constituency, Honorable Asla Owusu is the sitting MP, and she's being contested by Mr. Kweku Ado, and for the NDC ticket, yes. So tell us, what do we foresee? After the whole exercise, what do we foresee?
You see, in fact, this is a very good question. We are here at the Ablekuma West constituency, and for Ablekuma West constituency, looking at the history, it started the constituency which included it was between Ablekuma South and then Ablekuma West. They were all together until President Kufuor came, and then that time Honorable Adenta was actually here as the MP, who was one of the strongest women in Ghanaian politics at that period. In fact, and it's also characterized by let me say Ablekuma West is known to be a constituency that hard and strong women are able to survive. Even men are hardly able to survive because the women who contest are women of repute. So here currently, looking at the succession when the constituency was actually demarcated, where now we have part to be Ablekuma South and part also to be Ablekuma West. And since Ablekuma West came up by the where it was local government demarcated it, and it's been Honorable Esla Owusu Ekufu who has been the who has been the MP since then. And contesting her, they have never been successful. In fact, she is a woman that is well known. I mean, formerly she was a cabinet minister, and looking at her reputation, she is a lawyer and a vocal person who is well known. And in fact, getting to this stage last year, it was Reverend Kunkuado who contested her. And in fact, the margin was wasn't so huge as compared to previous. But people were asking that, okay, now is anything going to be changed? But then, in terms of Honorable Slawusu health track record, she's been able to do so much in the constituency. But then, as you know, this is an election year, and then we don't know whether people's mindset will change, because there has been so many developments here. There have been so, in terms of infrastructure development, there has been so much when it comes to education. She's giving scholarship. She's equally, building a lot of schools. And people are asking, is it a situation that, okay.
It was Dorcas Ado with our reporter, Randolph Ifrifa Owari. They are both reporters, journalists as well, giving us updates from the Ablekuma West constituency, which is one of the 45 newly created constituencies we have since the 2012 general elections. And we have the incumbent MP, who is Slawusu, who was able to sum up some, number of votes, I think 58.22% over her opponent, Victoria Hammer, of the NDC with 41.818%, and she has since been the MP of that constituency. Nana?
Yes, so that particular constituency came to question a lot to the limelight when we all heard Victoria Hammer's the phone, the record actually caught on tape saying that she has to make at least $1 million before she leaves Parliament.
That led to her defeat.
She was dismissed, and since then we've not seen her in the political limelight again. But then, as you mentioned, in 2012, the results was 58.22 Esla Owusu Ekufu to 41.18 to Victoria Hammer. But then in 2016, the MPP were able to salvage 56.96% of the total votes to the NDC's 34.76% of the total votes. So you could see that after that particular incident and Victoria Hammer's incident, the vote for the NDC went down further, but they didn't go to the MPP because the MPP's votes also went down quite some further. Because MPP recorded 58% as in 2012, and then it went down to 56.96%. You would have thought that of the NDC votes would have an upsurge of MPP votes,
but that also declined.
that also declined. So that means that was the initiation or the beginning of a third force. So from 41.18% of the NDC, they went to 34.76%. And then the votes, when you look at the MPP and the votes, the results that she's been able to churn out, you realize that it's dropping by 2 percentage points each year. And for 2020, in the year 2020, we saw that the votes from 56% dropped further to 54.27%. So that means her votes dropped by 2 percentage points, taking into consideration from 2012, 2016 to 2020, you can see that there's a constant drop of 2%, and that's quite disturbing. And the NDC are actually have been on an upsurge from 34%, that was in 2016. They went back, and then they were convinced by Ado's qualification, ability to lead the Ablekuma West constituency.
Yeah.
So the NDC had an upsurge of votes from 2020, well, in 2020, that is to 44.64%. That's about 10% increment compared to the decline of 2% when it comes to the NPP. So it's very much dicey. And
yeah, it's a very shaky constituency, I must say, especially for the NPP, because Aslowosu for some time has been in the news, especially with the issue of the 5G, where a lot of the youth claim she was not really truthful to Ghanaians with the fact that the introduction of the 5G was going to make things easier for them, but they have not even experienced the 5G, talk less of, giving out their take on the 5G as well.
But looking at the historical trend, that means we can project that the MPP are going to maybe salvage about 52% of the votes over there, which is better than the NDC. Look at the past two times, the NDC also have seen an upsurge of votes about 10 percentage points. So it's very dicey. The NDC has been on like a slippery slope for that in that particular constituency from 34 to 44%. That's an upsurge of 10%.
Okay, so let's take some comments and then we will move straight to the TMA Central where we have Peter over there. So this is from Paka. Inside Achimota, I'm watching you live right now, but still, Ayezu. Thank you very much, Paka. At the end of the day, we will find out if Ayezu and Pa. We also have this from Kwame. I'm watching you live inside Kaswa. It is very calm over here. I'm even surprised. Oh, Kwame, don't be surprised. It will be calm. It will be calm. And we also have this. Hi, my name is Sharon. Thank you, Clock TV, for the insights in this year's election. We are following closely. Thank you very much for watching 2 Clock TV. And let's take this last one. Hello, Clock TV. Thank you for bringing us updates on this year's election. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, we have a video of our reporter inside TMA Central, Peter Insia, in an interview with a voter. Let's take a look.
I'm currently in the TMA East constituency, specifically St. John Bosco Primary 1 and 2. Here, 2 polling stations has been put together. So St. John's Bosco Primary 1 and then 2. The voting exercise here has been very peaceful. According to the 2 presiding officers, the voting process has been very peaceful. In terms of security, the presiding officer stated that they were given 2 security personnel, 1 fire service personnel and 1 police officer. So in terms of the EC officials, they were given 5 each. So right at the St. Bosco Primary 1 and 2, there are a total number of 10 EC officials and 2 security officers. In terms of the voter turnout, I would say that it's not all that encouraging. But then, as you can see, there are no voters here ready to cast their votes. And then the place is very quiet and then, serene. So I'm moving to the next polling station to find out what is transpiring there. So just stay tuned as I give you a police officer. So in terms of the EC officials, they were given 5 each. So right here at the St. Bosco Primary 1 and 2, there are a total number of 10 EC officials and 2 security officers. In terms of the voter turnout, I would say that it's not all that encouraging. But then, as you can see, there are no voters here ready to cast their votes. The place is very quiet and then, serene. So I'm moving to the next polling station to find out what is transpiring there. So just stay tuned as
inside TMA East constituency, specifically the St. Bosco Primary 1 and 2, where we have 2 polling stations there, and he was bringing us updates from there. Nana, do you have anything to talk about?
TMA East. So TMA East is the constituency that is for the NDC at the moment, that is Honorable Titus Glover, that's his constituency. And then in 2020, the NDC had about 51.23% of the votes, and then the MPP had 47.78% of the votes, which shows that that place is not overly won by the NDC. So it's an area that remains to be seen whether developmental projects as the NDC or as the NDC being led by Titus Glover has not really so much on the upsurge. It remains to be seen whether the votes or the voters will be able to still sway with the decision to vote for him once again. And the MPP as well are coming in strong this time around, hoping to break the 50% mark for the second time since the elections began. So they have 47.78% in 2020. So it remains to be seen. It's quite an interesting one.
Yeah.
Let's find out what will happen at the TMA East constituency.
It is going to be a very tough one today. Everything is going to be tough. I mean, we can't wait to see how the day goes. But we have a video of the MP for Wutu Senya, our very own Hawa Kumsin, where she was emphasizing on the fact that she is now a matured member of parliament, and so she will not retaliate to anyone. Let's take a look at that video. We'll continue.
Me winning no enyame na me winning enyama ho 80% no so onyame nsem, but I believe is I'm not going to have percentage anything less than 60% and over.
Honorable.
Yeah, there's so much difference. Even your campaign, you've seen it. I mean, I'm a matured politician, okay? And if you are matured in doing something, you always have to make sure that you exhibit your maturity and your professionalism. I'm more or less like a professional politician. Let me put it that way. And so I wouldn't want to go test with those who are now coming. So it cannot be a replay. I promised from the beginning of 2021 that 2024, never again. I tell you, even if I stand here and my opponent comes to slap me, I won't mind. I won't mind. But when we are done, I will retaliate. But for now, it's no. It's no. So please, it's not a replay. Yes. Whatever happened when my son was stabbed, I refused to react. And people were asking, is he really her son? Is he really? That's my biological son. The accounts will say my pay is here, but I refuse to react because I know what I'm going for. And I'm holding on to my seat. I will not make any mistake for it to slip off my hand. That was what the trick that was played on me in 2020, and I didn't realize it.
That was our very own Hawa Kumsin, the Wutu Senya East constituency MP over there, with all, you know,
interesting submissions over there. She mentioned that she's not expecting anything less than 60%.
Wow.
And now let's look at how she fared in the previous election. That would mean that she would have to garner over 8.45 percentage points, which is quite a lot. That is translating into numbers. It's she has to garner over 17,000 votes in addition to be able to get 52.55%. That is judging from the previous elections that we had, because she's contesting against the NDC's Phyllis Nakoyo Okuno. And it's interesting very much that maybe Sawa Kumsin she's one of the 29 females who are currently in Parliament. 52.55% was what she garnered. That is in the previous election in 2020, and now she's saying that she's not expecting anything less than 60%.
But I mean, it takes a lot for one to come out with, you know, such confidence, to, you know, proclaim such results for herself, the work she has put in her constituency. And when you get to the Wutu Senya East constituency, a lot of people, especially the market women, love her so much. They do not joke with her. She has, you know, embarked on a lot of projects in terms of the Agenda 111 project, which is part of the incumbent government's policy for the country. And also she has donated so many building materials to the completion of schools, hospitals, and even markets and places in her constituency. She has really contributed to that. She also donated equipments like monitors, printers, hospital beds, freezers, and laptops to the Kaswa Mother and Child Hospital to support healthcare services and also save lives in her constituency. So I mean, as I said earlier, it takes, you know, much work to, you know, be able to proclaim that you're not going to get anything less than 60% at the end of this year's election. And I'm hoping that whatever she wishes for herself comes, you know.
Yes, so that's one with Hawakums in 52.55%. That was in 2022. Phyllis Nakoyo Kunos 47.45%. So it's very interesting. So at the earlier press conference or the press briefing of the EC, they had mentioned that the media has been given access to all coalition centers.
Yeah.
So that means if you are an accredited EC person, accredited media person from accredited by the EC, I should say, then you've been given access to all coalition centers, including the National Coalition Center. Previously, the Coalition Center was only available for people or media persons that have been accredited. Now, if you have accreditation, you can just walk into the National Coalition Center and then the doors will be opened for you freely. That is one thing that the media or the EC has to be commended about. So another thing, a lot of people are at home. We've seen quite some low turnout of voters. A lot of people are at home and are not voting, and this is because some of them may think that they do not have their voters ID.
Yeah.
So earlier on, we had a conversation with Fred Tete, and then he mentioned, Fred Tete is one of the EC officials, one of the heads of the research and then analysts in the Electoral Commission. He mentioned that and made a pronouncement that you can still vote without your Ghana card or your voters ID, sorry, I should say.
Yeah.
So if you do not have your voters ID and you know where you've been voting previously, once you go there and you mention your name, you fully spell out your name, they'll be able to do that. And I'm a living testimony of that. I didn't have my voters ID, but then I was still given the chance to exercise my franchise, and I've voted today. And so
we really have to commend the EC for doing this.
And once you go there, you know, machine no lie. Immediately you put your hand, you place your hand on the biometric verification devices, and then your name pops up. They actually allow you to go and vote. And
on the issue of machine no lie, during the special voting, concerns were raised that people were impersonating others to vote. And then when the real people come, they are not able to vote. And so I asked myself, did they not use the same BVD we are saying?
Machine no lie. So that particular incident was an isolated one. It was just one incident that was recorded, that someone came, and then during investigations, the Office of the Special Prosecutor was also being asked to go into that particular case. And then during that investigation, it was realized the vote that was actually the person that voted was called to question. So I don't want to actually sit here and then make some pronouncements when the police has not come out. But believe me, work is being done by the EC to make sure that that issue is sorted out. So, I mean, we have to commend them where they need to be commended. And
the media as well.
Yes, the media, EC, the first mistake, one of the first mistakes EC tried doing was limiting the number of media persons that were supposed to have gone to cover the elections.
It would have even questioned their transparency and also credibility.
The integrity of the Electoral Commission.
Yeah.
But then after some agitations by the Ghana Journalists Associations and then all the media outlets and unions and groups, it was rescinded. And I can tell you, you and I are accredited. We have our accreditation tags, and then even helped us in the voting process. Exactly. Once you go and then you are given preference. You are giving preference. One thing from EC's pronouncement, I think to talk about is Dr. George Domfrey. He is a political research analyst, and then he mentioned earlier on that it will be difficult for the MPP to get 76% of the votes in the Ashanti region. That was after an empirical research that he did. He said that according to of the people responded to a survey, and out of that they were surely going to vote for the MPP, and 15% were undecided. So when you even add both of them, if the undecided people are going to join the 61%, they are going to get in and about 76% the total. But he's saying that because they are undecided, it is going to be very difficult. But he's saying that they can obtain 70%, but it will be very difficult to obtain the 76% that they crave for. Then in other conflicting reports, Chairman Wuntumi also came out and then he said that the MPP are going to obtain 85% of the votes that in the Ashanti region. So
I think I agree with Chairman on that note, because looking at the intensive tour that has been made in the Ashanti region, I was asking a political analyst the other time that why do I see a lot of the big names in the party visiting the Ashanti region back to back? It was like they are trying to appreciate their votes in the Ashanti region, because anytime they get, I think, over 60% in the Ashanti region, automatically they win the elections. And Ashanti region is like a stronghold for the NPP. And so that is why we saw the flag bearer of the party, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, visits the place. Right after him was his running mate. Right after his running mate was the wife of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, also going back to the Ashanti region, and they were trying to enforce and generate that kind of followership from their people in the Ashanti region. And some people countered that, saying that the NDC are also working their way into the Ashanti region to break that. They want to get some of the numbers on their part to vote. And we saw a video of, I don't know if it was a rally or something that took place in the Ashanti region with NDC supporters, a number of them. And surprised. People were really, really surprised. Questions were asked. Did they, bus them from different regions to the Ashanti region, or they are pure Ashanti, people? And that also also buttress the point that the selection of the running mate for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who is Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh from the Ashanti region, was also a strategy to appreciate their votes in the Ashanti regions. I mean, the MPP, they know exactly what they are doing. They are very strategic when it comes to gathering their people in the Ashanti region to support them.
All right, so just 8 minutes ago, the Electoral Commission has also put out a stern warning to its officials, stressing that any compromise of the electoral process will result in strict disciplinary actions, including jail time, as one of them has had to see the Kintampo South, in the Kintampo South, that's the Bunu East region. An EC official, which is Mr. Joseph Derry, was issuing ballot papers without the first presidential candidate on them. So when he was tearing the sheets, he tore them without the first presidential candidate on them. Now, Mimi, I want us to talk about the repercussions of this particular issue. So now, once you see that your ballot sheet has been torn in such a way, even if you are not going to vote for the person on there, you would have to request for a new one, because it's not a complete ballot, and then it will not be counted. Your vote would be turned away. So that's in the Kintampo South constituency. That's in the Bunu East region. So it's something that they should have actually paid particularly close attention, because now, due to his activities or his actions, now
those that had
15
voted
people,
earlier,
15 people, when they counted the sheets, 15 people are going to be denied, or their votes are not going to count. Now, should they be called back to vote again? That is another thing. That if they are going to be allowed to be called back to vote, that means all the sports ballots in the ballot boxes should be given permission to.
And how are they even going to identify them, that you were part of those that voted at this particular time?
So when you are going to vote, they can actually identify you, because when you are going to vote, your number, and then the sort of the
there's
booklet,
a serial number.
The serial number on the booklets that they tear for your polling sheets once they are able to identify the first 15 people, and then they are able to know the 15 seats as well, they can call them to come and vote again. But should that be allowed? That is something.
That is something that I wish the EC would address that in their next briefing.
Yes. So if for it to be allowed, I think that the people, before they casted their votes, once they saw that their ballot paper was not complete, their ballot sheet was not complete, then they should have reported the incident and requested for new ones. But right now, since they accepted it, it's going to be very difficult.
Well, it boils down to education on these petty mistakes that are bound to happen at the polling stations. I mean, for all you know, it wasn't intentional. I'm not trying to defend the agent, the official. So. Yeah,
and rightly so.
Yeah.
But these EC officials are. It's made to be seen as it was intentional. These EC officials that were. They are trained and they are paid to actually carry out these,
I have been an EC official before, and we were trained. Intense training.
You'll be trained before you go there. That's in 275 constituencies that we have in the country. That means times 5. That's the number of people, and that's the kind of investments that they put in training you to make sure that you come out with making sure that you're adhering the policies and the principles of the Electoral Commission. But that has not been done. So,
we've seen videos of leaders or heads or VIPs in this country going to cast their votes. Let's take a look at the first gentleman of this country, our President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, in Chebi as he went to cast his vote. So yes, that is the president getting out of his car to go and exercise his franchise as a Ghanaian, as part of our democratic exercise. And of course, we all know who he is going to vote for.
Imagine if there's only one particular vote, and then you go there and you realize that that vote was that vote was not for His Excellency, the
Vice President. Yeah, it would have been very surprising.
Very, very surprising. Yeah. But that is the first gentleman of the land, and you know how these people are sticking to their roots, making sure that he is from Chebi. So sticking to their roots and going back all the way to Chebi.
And I think I also saw one of. I saw the vice president also in his hometown, which is, I don't know if it's Wale Wale or one of those constituencies where he was going to cast his votes.
Interesting there. So it remains to be seen. You know that once he's casting his votes over there, we are going to see voter turnout over there, and we are going to also see the number of people that have voted for one particular political party over there, and because a lot of people vote based on certain sentiments. Some of them include the tribal sentiments that I'm going to vote for NPP because the president is coming from my hometown. I'm going to vote for NDC because John Mahama is from my hometown. So they are quite interesting scenes over there. But this time around, both Mahama and then Mahmoud Bawumia are from similar areas. So are they going to share the votes in that?
That is also something that people will look at because Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is from the north, and also former President John Dramani Mahama is also from the north. The votes from the north is really going to be shared among the two. But when it comes to the Ashanti region, I doubt if that is what we are going to experience. Now, let's move back to our conversations. Now, we have news from the Tema East constituency where some NPP agents have accused the NDC party agents of, setting up cameras at the polling station during midnight. So the NPP agents are accusing the NDC party agents for setting up cameras at the polling stations. But I mean, I don't see anything wrong with setting up cameras. I even enforce it. I feel that should be the standard. Nana, what do you think?
Well, setting up cameras should be something that is not. It's not an issue but for this particular incident, the setting up of cameras, if it's even against the EC officials, because you have to actually consult them before you actually let them know. Setting out cameras sort of goes against voter secrecy. That's the secrecy of the ballot in the PND. So now, if you are setting up cameras at places without informing the people that you've set up cameras, that alone is a breach of electoral practices. And then because you are breaching the secrecy of the ballot principle, you are breaching the number of people, everyone that comes there to come and vote, and that appears in the camera, you do not have their permission. And then there are a lot of things. If you want to ensure transparency in the elections, there are clearly outlined roles and responsibilities that you are supposed to do as an observer or as a party agent, and setting up cameras isn't one of them. So you are definitely breaching the rules of engagement.
Right. So back to the president's video. After he casted his vote, he was interviewed, and according to him, he said the voting process was excellent, very smooth and simple, and everything is going on well, just as he anticipated. That was from the president. After he casted his vote, he was interviewed by the media. And this discussion where the NPP agents are accusing the NDC party agents of setting up cameras at the polling stations happened at the St. Peter's Catholic Church compound, which hosts about 12 polling stations at that particular area. St. Peter's Catholic Church, which hosts about 12 polling stations over there. And according to Nanayao, it breaches the privacy of voters and also the integrity of the Electoral Commission as well. So if a move needs to be taken, then you need to pre-inform EC about it, and then there would be a proper way of going around it. Now, still Poll Watch here on Clock TV. We are bringing you all election insights, anything that is happening at your constituencies, your polling stations. Don't hesitate to call us and give us information as with regards to whatever that is happening, and we will discuss it here. We also have our reporters across regions in and out updates as to what is happening currently. You can also join us as well. We are all helping in the democratic exercise. We are all helping with the democratic exercise here as Ghanaians. So maybe, we'll be going for a break shortly, okay. Nana.
All right, so.
Okay, right. Let's take this quick break. When we come back, we'll continue. And you're welcome back to Poll Watch here on Clock TV. We are still on the elections, and it is less than, I think, 3 hours to the final, dot where voting will end at exactly 5 p.m. And so if you haven't casted your vote yet, please make sure you find your way to the polling station, your respective polling station, and exercise your franchise, because we all need to partake in this democratic exercise to elect a president for our country. And so you are a part of this decision. You cannot exempt yourself from it. Just as we saw earlier, we saw our president going to cast his vote. Former President John Dramani Mahama has also voted. We also saw Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who has also casted his vote in. And also the wives of both presidential candidates for the NDC and NPP have also casted their votes as well. And so you should not exempt yourself from this exercise. Now let's continue with our conversation. Anaya Wasare is here as well. Dinas, the honest. I can see his, getting everything we need to know about this election, actually. And there is where some people are alleging that NDC agents have been given some electronic devices to slow the biometric verification at the polling centers in Ashanti, Eastern, Ahafo, Central, and other regions that are likely to go for P. And so that yellow biometric or electronic device we see in the hand of the EC officials are purposely to slow down the process. Well, some people have countered that, saying that it is a tally counting device and not an electronic device to slow down the counting process, and also the votes as well. And so people should not take that as anything to scare them of casting their votes. And so keep on bringing in your submissions to our WhatsApp number, which is being displayed on the screen. You can also call and tell us what is happening at your polling stations. Though we have our reporters across the 16 countries bringing in information as to what is happening at their various polling stations, you can also join the conversation by by calling us to tell us what is happening, and we will appreciate that a lot. Intermittently, we'll be speaking to our reporters as well, so you can get to don't also forget we are streaming live on Facebook and also YouTube. You can share the link to your colleagues everywhere, so they tell us what is happening. We want all the green nitties of everything that is happening in and out of this election. It is a very crucial moment for Ghana, where we all elect a president the country, and so you cannot exempt yourself from it. Just as I said, it is 3 o'clock. We have just 2 hours more to end voting, and the Electoral Commission has said that if you are found in the queue as at 5 p.m. and voting is supposed to end, the time will be extended for you to vote before you leave. And so if you are in the queue and then it is 5 p.m., you will still get the chance to vote. Just that you cannot get to the polling station at exactly 5 p.m. You will not be allowed to vote. That should not also make you stay in the house and wait till 4:30 or 4:50 before you get to the polling station. Now let's cross over to the Okyeame West. Yes, Okyeame South constituency, where some misunderstandings with regards to polling agents and also some ballot papers. There's something happening there. Let's take a look. So this is Okyeame South constituency, where Dakwa Newman is the MP for that constituency. She is on the ticket of the NPP, and reports. Okay, so according to reports, confusions and tensions disrupted the voting process at the St. Teresa School polling station in the Okyeame South constituency after a group accused of being affiliated with the NPP, the New Patriotic Party, was found in possession of fake printed ballot papers, and those are the papers we are seeing on the floor. So they are suspected to be fake ballot papers that were in possession of some alleged members of the party, the NPP, and some reports also came in saying that they saw the incumbent MP, Dakwa Newman, at the scene, but she has, she's not seen any, okay, she was not there as at when they wanted to interact with her. So as at when we get our reporters on the grounds, we will bring you update on that. Now, crossing over to Ablekuma West as well, we also have a video of something that is happening over there. Okay, so earlier we made mention of the fact that food was being shared to people at the Ablekuma West constituency, where Honorable Eslo Wusu Ekufo is the NP for that constituency, where she has also come out to reject that. She has rejected that she was sharing food, and that she only shared food to her polling agents.
Yes, so Minnie, thank you very much.
Okay.
We actually had a statement from the MP, the incumbent MP for Ablekuma West in that particular period. Now, we highlighted the voter trend when it comes to the Ablekuma West, where Esida Owusu Okufo is the MP for. She's been the MP since 2012. That's the last 3 election results are what I'm coming to put to the fore. So we mentioned earlier that with the Ablekuma West, Esida Owusu Okufo, in 2012, she competed against Victoria Hammer. She had 58.22% of the total votes. Victoria Hammer had 41.18% of the total votes. And after that, during that particular period, the NDC were the ones in power up to 2016. In 2016, we had the scandal by Victoria Hammer, where she actually went on. Victoria Hammer was actually seen on tape saying that caught on tape saying that she was going to make at least $1 million before she leaves
Parliament.
So that brought down the votes of the NDC in 2016 to 34.76% of the total votes. And then you would have thought that with the NDC's votes declining from 41% to 34.76%, you would have thought that the NPP's votes were going to sort of increase. But it didn't happen that way. From 58.22%, it declined to 56.96% in 2016. And then the MPP in 2020, the last elections that we had 54.27% of the total votes. The NDC climbed up again by 10 percentage points to 44.64% of the total votes. So the voter behavior for the NDC is sort of inconsistent. From 41.18%, they reduced further to 34.76%. Then they increased again by 10 percentage points to 44.64%. So looking at that, it's very inconsistent. If you are going to judge by the last two elections, where the Nida Kwado has been there, that's competing against Owusu Okufo, then you can actually say that the percentage change from 2016 to 2020 was 10 percentage points. That's a positive 10 percentage points. When you look at the Ablekuma West for Owusu Okufo, although she's been winning, her win has been declining. In 2012, she had 58.22% of the votes. In 2016, she had 56.96% of the votes. That's a drop down by 2 percentage points. And then in 2020, she also had a vote of 54.27% of the total vote. So it's been declining by 2 percentage points. And it remains to be seen. For this particular one where she was accused of sharing food, she had this to say about it. She said that this is a malicious attempt to sow discord and undermine the unity and trust I've worked with tirelessly to build with my constituents. She said, as Owusu Okufo reiterated a commitment to serving her constituents with integrity and stated that logistical support provided on election day was well received. And she was providing a logistical support to her party agents and not the voters in queue. She made that, she said that, to my constituents, I assure you, I'm committed to serving you with dedication and humility. Let us not be distracted by these unfounded distractions.
Right. Nana, let me cut you. There's something urgent happening at the Odododio constituency where someone has been hurt. Yeah. After a misunderstanding, took place with regards to the polling ballot paper, actually. And that is the gentleman we are seeing there. We are trying to reach our reporter, Bevlin, to speak to us from that constituency. Okay, so that is what is happening currently at the Odododio constituency. I mean, I wasn't expecting this Nanaya, because
why would you go and cast your vote and then end up in an altercation?
It is
to make to hurt you. Now, whatever happens. Now, let me just say this: at the end of the elections, right? You go to the house of the winners of the elections, the people that you are going to fight for, and it's party. Yeah. About those who are in jail, they do not care about those who are on the streets, suffering and all that. It's not maybe not carrying as something, but you will not be in their thoughts when you end up being in jail for electoral malpractices. You will not be in their thoughts when you end up being shot or being killed. Yeah. The best they can do is to come and visit you and commiserate with your family, but the repercussions will be gone, and then there's nothing that you can do about it. So your duty, your civil duty, is that you go and cast your ballot. You don't go and cast your ballot and end up with injury. We were earlier on commending the people that they've done very well and not when party colors. The election had been widely peaceful up until we also heard some news from the Tolon constituency in the north that 3 people were found in pool of blood. Two of them sustained various injuries, and one of them has been reported dead. That's the news outlets that we are hearing at the moment. So it's very, very upset to be seeing that people are getting themselves injured just because they are supposed to go and exercise their franchise. I'm
very surprised to see this happening, because I mean, this is the first incident we are seeing after we started voting. Since we started voting at 7 a.m. today, this is the first incident we are seeing, and it is not so cool at all. Crossing over to Nyankpala, currently something is also ongoing. We have 4 arrested individuals, 1 injured and 1 dead at Nyankpala. There is a police report as well to buttress that.
Well, the injury list has been increased to 3. That is 2. That is 2 people were injured and found in a pool of blood. 4 have been arrested, and then 1 has been reported dead. So it's when you are just go and exercise your franchise. I don't know what's actually happening. We are trying to get the police report for you and then read it out.
Okay, so I have the police report here. Police arrest 4 persons in connection with a shooting incident at Nyankpala in the northern region. The Ghana Police Service has this afternoon arrested 4 persons, namely Majid Fodi, Isiaga Kamara, Yakubu Simaila, and Alhaji Bashiru Mohammed in connection with the shooting incident at Nyankpala in the northern region, which led to the death of 1 person and the injury of another. The injured victim is currently receiving medical care, while the body of the deceased is taken to the morgue for preservation and autopsy. The suspects are currently in custody and assisting the police investigation. Please, we are preaching peace. We will still preach peace. All these, misunderstandings are not needed. Just go and cast your vote and come back home and wait for the results. This is not something too hard for all of us to do. I mean, I'm very surprised to the extent that we lose a life.
So talking about, let's see the voter behavior when it comes to Nyankpala in the Tolon constituency. The Tolon constituency, which Nyankpala finds itself in, the past elections, it's been sort of something that they say it's a swing one, depending on who the candidates are when it comes to the parliamentary elections. But the NPP has dominated there for the past 2 elections. Now,
Sure.
the MPP in 2020 had 51.24% of the total votes. The NDC had 48.76% of the total votes. So you can see that it's a fiercely contested area. And that is why a lot of these electoral malpractices are coming, because the margin of victory is usually less than 7,000 votes. And that's why a lot of the time, people in the Tolon constituency tried, or maybe to engage in other practices that will result in the number of votes that are being said there. But in the Tolon constituency, once again, the MPP has been having 51.24% of the total votes there, and the NAC have been having 48.76% of the total votes. But this is quite unacceptable when it comes to the loss of life in election. This is, as I was saying earlier, the best that they can do for you is to commiserate with your families and then just come and say sorry. And but then after that, you're out. The people, the party, the political party that wins, if you should come to their houses, you should go to their residence, you should look at where their immediate families are. Have you heard of any of the, we've been voting now, have you heard of any of the political elites and their kids being to the polls and making certain declarations and decisions? We are not hearing, but it's usually the party people who are not going to be at the receiving end so much of the benefits that come to the elections that are killing themselves for the elections. So we are preaching peace and we are advocating for peace. Do not, when you finish casting your votes, in as much as possible, it's not time for counting yet. So go home, time with your family. When it's time for counting, you can come and observe and not interfere with the counting process. If you have any reservation while you are voting, you are supposed to the security officials and the EC officials that are there. Now, this is very, very disturbing. I don't know what to think about this.
So on election brouhaha, we have a video circulating online where some military men are seen in their uniforms at a polling stations, and concerns have been raised as to the fact that I think prior to today, the Ghana Armed Forces came out with a press statement that none of their men are going to be seen at any polling stations. They are not part of the security personnel to the various polling stations. And so what are they doing at the polling station? We are trying to pull the video out so that we can all have a look at it. But that is what is happening currently at the Obuasi East constituency. So this is currently happening at the Obuasi East constituency. We'll bring you the video shortly.
And then also let's turn attention to Adenta, because the Ghana Police Services, 3 hours ago, released a statement that they've taken note of media reports alleging that a group of national NDC supporters stormed the MPP office at Adenta in Okyeame Central constituency over suspicions of voting taking place at the said location. That they were alleging that voting taking place at the MPP office in Okyeame Central. But then the police investigations have revealed that the place is not a polling station and no voting is taking place at the said office. So they are urging the public to disregard the claim and partner the police as they work towards avoiding misinformation and during this critical time. So, Miriam, we've talked about misinformation and then disinformation and miscommunication when it comes to the elections. Now, in 20, right, a lot of these things were kept out. The electoral malpractices, for instance, the Vigilantes Act after the 2000 and Act 999, after the 2016 and the 2017 also by election issues. Now they were done away with. Now and anti-vigilante act was passed. Now misinformation is also part of that particular act when it comes to the Electoral Commission's conduct and all that. Of the PNDC law 284, we talked about the elections and electoral malpractices. It says that spreading misinformation during elections, you are liable to a term of imprisonment for about 3 years with some penalty in it, or both. So now you don't just go on social media and then just say certain things and think that you'll be done away with, or nothing will happen to you. So the information that you are giving to the general public should be
credible.
very concise and credible.
Yeah.
It should be. You should not just say things out of a vacuum.
Exactly. So going back to Nyankpala, so multiple gunshots fired in Nyankpala in the Tolon constituency of the northern region, according to reports reaching as some youth or some NDC youth in the area intercepted buses which they suspected to be carrying some unknown individual in the area and insisted that they are not allowed. They will not allow the bus into the community. So this confrontation then reportedly escalated into several gunshots in the area. Currently, the military is at the scene handling the situation, and so we are trying to get the video for you. That is what is happening at Nyankpala currently.
So in as much as possible, we tried to prevent the intervention of the military when it comes to this. But when we are seeing people or party faithful bringing arms to sort of and now with the bus bringing people into the community to come and vote, if their police stations are there, you as an individual have no right to stop them from voting.
My mother and sister have their polling stations in the north, and you know they organize the bus for those that are heading there to go and vote. So I don't see anything wrong with that.
So if the bus has been organized and then people are going there to exercise their franchise, what right do you have as an individual to deny another person the right to vote? So I think the police, we trust the Ghana Police Service because for this particular one, they've been doing quite a very good job on it. And then we hope that those that are culpable will be incarcerated and will be brought to face the law. Also, we are admonishing you that you can send your WhatsApp messages to 0500500421. Let us know your thoughts on this particular one on elections. I think we have a lot of messages on Facebook as well coming in. But please, the number displayed on your screen is not for calling. You can send WhatsApp messages. We are seeing that a lot of people are calling the numbers, but the numbers are not supposed to be called. You are supposed to send in your messages on WhatsApp, and then we'll be trying to read them for you.
So there's something happening at Obuase currently where there is a clash between the military and also civilians. We will try to get the video. Okay, so that is what we are seeing. That is a clash between the military and some citizens or civilians. Now, earlier, I made mention of the fact that the Ghana Armed Forces released a press statement that no military personnel will be stationed at any polling station, and the press statement that was released. And so most Kenyans are concerned what is happening now as we see some military men at Obuase in a clash with some civilians. So let me read a portion of the press statement. Then the Ghana Armed Forces wishes to inform the public of its role in ensuring the peaceful conduct of the upcoming 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections as part of our ongoing commitments to maintaining national security and peace during this critical democratic exercise. The Ghana Armed Forces wishes to reiterate that no military personnel will be stationed at any polling station. The GAF presence will be limited to standby support, with the primary responsibility for election security remaining with the Ghana Police Service. The military will only be deployed upon request by the Ghana Police Service. This collaborative approach ensures that the election process will be smoothly and peaceful while maintaining law and order. And so they will only be seen at a polling station when it is requested by the Ghana Police Service, and it is not their duty to be at the polling station. That is what the press statement from the Ghana Armed Forces is saying. And what we are seeing now is a clash between the military and also the gentleman.
So looking at the video, let me just say it in Akan dialect.
Get away. Try. Let me tell you something. Guys. Let me tell you something. We are going to pay the consequences together. I'm being honest. Get back. You are not going anywhere. You are not going to the police station. You are not going to the police station. Don't what? Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Hey! Move video.
It's a scene from Obuasi where we saw a clash between the military and also civilians. Nana, this is very disheartening.
The corporates involved.
Yeah.
The military is always on standby to come and calm tensions when the police are overwhelmed in these particular situations. And as you clearly mentioned in the statement by the Ghana Armed Forces. Now, remember that in the community, the statement was clear that the military will not be present at polling stations, but not outrightly say that they wouldn't be present in the communities. So they can be present in the communities, but not at the polling stations.
Okay.
That their presence in the community means that they are there for standby support, but not at the polling stations. So that's what they are trying to say. The police is the sole unit, security unit or security force responsible for protecting for security or protection at this particular instance. But when they are overwhelmed or when they need support, then they call on the Ghana military. So the military did not outrightly say that they will not be present in communities. But they being present in communities does not mean that they are going to interfere in the voting, during voting. Now you can see that these two people were, I don't know, were in a community and not necessarily at a polling station. And then, according to reports, they've been manhandled and heckled. So the military can go to that particular community and then go and find justice for their men, but which we actually are not advocating for. But we are calling for calm in this particular period, because the military themselves did not.
Nana,
the military themselves did not intervene.
The kind of things I'm seeing, Nana. So just now, a clash between NDC and MPP supporters at Nyankpala in the northern region. Just as we made mention of, I'm now getting the videos, and I can't watch this. It is so bad. I can't.
Well, I can't. It's something that we were dreading. Because at the beginning of our coverage, we actually commended Ghanaians for how tolerable they've been to each other.
It was as if they were waiting for the last minutes to show their true colors.
So as we stand now, we are just 2 hours 30 minutes or 1 hour 30 minutes away from the elections being ended. And actually come out to say that if you are in the queue by 5 p.m., you'll be allowed to vote. If you are in the queue when it's 5 o'clock, you'll be allowed to vote. But any period after that, then you'll not be given the chance to exercise your franchise, because the period is from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. So it's an interesting one. It remains to be seen what's going to happen to those people who will join the queue afterwards. But then the EC also said that if your BVDs were malfunctioning or there was a delay in the pink sheets and all that, they didn't outrightly rule out that they were going to extend the time, but they mentioned that you should try and be in the queue by 5 p.m. And if you're in the queue by 5 p.m, you'll be allowed
get the chance to vote. Now, we have a video of Otumfuo Osei-Tutu, the Asante himself, going to cast his vote. Let's take a look at that as well. Okay, so that is
Otumfo Osei-Tutu.
the second.
Yes, the second.
So that is Otumfo Osei-Tutu the second. The Asante Hene on his way to cast his vote.
So in this is sort of this advocating for the exercising of your civic responsibility. You know, we've mentioned that voting is not just your right, but it's also your civic responsibility. And there's been different and various quotes about voting, and we've been told that if you do not vote, if you do not participate in voting, that means you're endorsing the system that you complain about. So please make sure that you are going to. If you do not vote, then you are not taking an active participation in the direction of your future, because your voting is going to show what's going to happen in your future in the coming years, who is going to lead the country. So in as much as possible that you go and vote, make sure that you have your indelible ink on your finger, and I'm sure that Mimi will, right after we are done,
I think by 4 we should be done with this session. I will just rush to my polling station and cast my vote as well. And let's take a look at Napo's video where he was also seen casting his vote. The running mate for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia on the tickets of the NPP, he also went out to cast his vote. Let's take a look at that video.
Okay.
So that video is not ready. We'll cross over to Adenta constituency to speak to Blessing, our reporter. We are trying to reach her to speak to her as to what's happening at the Adenta constituency, a very hot constituency as well.
Akosua Menu and Akosua Menu and then Abu Ramadan, the second lady's brother. She's actually vying against for the NDC. The second lady of Ghana at the moment. That is Samira Bawumia. Her brother is on the ticket of the
NDC.
It's interesting there. So Abu Ramadan against Akosua Menu. It's an interesting one over there. And then let's talk about Wasa Ekropon, Okyeame in the western region, because there's been an arrest over there as well. The polling station agent for a political party has been arrested for. So the EC also, we have to say, has to be commended for this particular one, because they have actually engaged all forms of media. When you look at the social media, the EC, the Ghana Police, the Ghana Armed Forces, all of them are using the powerful tool of social media to make sure that viewers or populace are being updated on the turn of events. The Ghana Police has also made sure that they are laying fears by making sure that they are updating the general public all the time on that. So far there's been less than 10 arrests, if you can say 4 at Nyankpala and 1 at Wase Kropon Apiakrom. Although we do not have all the details here, but the Ghana Police, when you look from their official X platform and then their pages and their social media feeds, it shows that quite a few people have been arrested. It's rather unfortunate that we've recorded a fatality in this particular incident, but it's really interesting here to see. So Hawa Kumsin, we mentioned again, she's expecting 60% of voter turnout for the Ewutu Senior East District, that's the Kaswa area. You mentioned how she's been able to rally up the market women, and then we talked about Napo. To me, I should say, who said that they can obtain 85% of the total votes in the Ashanti region. That's what Chairman Wuntimi was saying. He said that there was further refuted by Dr. George Domfes research that he did, and says that they can get 70%. 76 will be difficult for them.
Right. We have Blessing on the line from the Adenta constituency. Hello, Blessing.
Hello, Mimi.
Yeah. Good afternoon. You sound very tired. I hope you are fine.
I'm fine, but
don't worry. Right. What is currently happening at the Adenta? We are hearing that an MP is allegedly giving out some money to some voters. Is that true?
Exactly. Well, I went to the Vineyard Church, the police station over there, and I saw a few. I don't have any evidence, so I'll just have to see how to do. When voters are coming in, there are a few people there that they act like they are helping you to get which particular center you have to vote. And then the next thing you see, they are asking you to vote for who they want you to vote for. So that is what is happening over there. And then I tried taking a video of the center. Some of the voters expressed concern, so I had to step. It will be me reading their comments. That was for that particular polling center. But when I went to the Chafahar polling center, after around 2 p.m., we had like around 200 voters out of 611. That is not encouraging. Telling us a lot of people have come out to vote. I went to the End Times Revival Assembly, so polling center, Center A, which is expecting 408 voters, only had 135. And then the Center B also expecting 408 voters, only had 130 people who had already come to vote. Yeah.
Right. Blessing, as media practitioners, we are supposed to make sure that everything is transparent and everything goes well. Have you been able to interact with some of the voters that you saw being assisted by these polling and were being given some money, as you have indicated?
Well,
you were not able to speak to any of them.
Yes, they're not really willing to speak. Yes, but some were expressing concern. A particular woman didn't express concern that she had come all the way from Korea to come and vote because of her affiliation to a political party, and he not sorted it out. So that was how I got to understand that they were giving out.
Oh, okay. So she was raising a concern that she has traveled all the way from Koforidua to come and vote for her favorite political party, and she has not been sorted out.
Yes, exactly.
Wow. Nana?
and when they realized that I'm a media person, that was when they decided to withhold the event.
Interesting.
So,
Blessing, this time around we are having the voters rather ask from the, we are having the electorates rather asking for money from the
agents,
the party
agents,
and then the polling station agents.
Well, I would say that if the polling agent had not made it available, they wouldn't have probably asked. Maybe there was an assurance before she came.
Okay, interesting. Very, very interesting there. So, Blessing, now let's also talk about you talked about voter turnout, which is sort of underwhelming. We know maybe Ghanaians are trying to be rush up to the queue in the final hours to exercise their franchise. But let's look at the EC officials. We've been told that at least 5 EC officials will be at every polling station. Is that the number that you've been seeing over the polling stations that you go to?
Yes. With every center there are, yes, a number. So I can say like 5%. Yes. And the current ones I'm seeing, yes, every center is on the side.
Okay. So generally there's calm when it comes to security-wise, in terms of security-wise.
Yeah, all the polling centers I've been to, there's calm that everybody enters and then they just go to vote. There are people there helping them to find their centers. When they find their centers, they just go to vote. And as soon as they are done, they just vote.
Okay. All right, so that's first-hand information that we are getting.
Yeah.
She's been to a lot of the polling stations at the Adenta municipality, and then all she's getting is calmness, and people are exercising their franchise, and then also
we have less than 2 hours to voting, and people are still speaking on the issue of voters turnout, where they are not really showing up in their numbers to come and vote. I doubt if they will really come out and vote, because less than 2 hours and we still haven't seen that rush hour we are expecting to see.
So it's very, very dicey until the end of that's the time for election. Then we will not be able to tell that people have been coming to vote, or the voter turnout is up or is low. But realistically speaking, by this time we should have at least a lot of people coming out. But I'm not surprised because when you look at the historical trends when it comes to voting, with whenever there's a government sits for 8 years, the voter turnout is low. So we look at the first one before the runoff in 2008. We saw voter turnout of less than 70%. That's 68.52%. Then we went to 2016, where the NDC had stayed for 8 years, and now we have less than 70%. That's 69% with 69%. Then we now come to 2020. 2020 we had more than 70% voter population coming out to vote, and then now 2024 we are going to see whether the certain governments, having sat for over 8 years, are going to sort of record an increase of more than, let's say, the 70% that we see. Because whenever there's voter turnout of more than 70%, the sitting government actually wins. That's for the past 3 times that we've seen. Whenever there's a voter turnout of more than 70%, the sitting party wins. That's barring the runoff that happened in 2000. So let's see whether we are going to have a voter turnout of over 70%. Or
so we have a continuation of the military clash at Obuase. We have a video on that. Let's take a look at that. In the first video is the one being seen manhandled by the military men.
I mean,
well.
You may win the fight, but not the war, because you may see a military person and then you end up attacking him. And the integrity of the military is that they are so resilient that they do not fall. So even my friends are military people. I don't joke with them when it comes to maybe play fighting and all. We don't do that. So
Banana, you are well built. I mean, you should be able to stand tall when it comes to
even if I'm built like Gassem Cement, I'm not going to go and fight a military man. Anyway,
right. So let's cross over to Tema, where our reporter Peter Insia had an interview with a woman. Let's take a look at what transpired.
Talk about another story that we've been that's been making rounds. Haruna Iddrisu, he says that the economy needs a reset and pray Mahama wins. That's what Haruna Iddrisu said when he was actually asked about the outcome of the election. Then Haruna Iddrisu was former minority leader in Parliament before he was actually asked not to represent the minority again. Now it was touted that Haruna Iddrisu was not in favor of the NDC administration. and there was a lot of internal brouhaha when it comes to the NDC. But he's come out to rally his support for John Dramani Mahama. He says that the economy needs a reset. I pray Mahama wins. This is what he's actually said. I don't know your thoughts on that particular one.
Nana, I think you've said it all. I can see people calling our WhatsApp number.
Yes.
Please don't call the WhatsApp number. It is a WhatsApp number. Send in your, comments, your submissions to that number. Text it and send it to us, and we'll gladly read them out. More incidents of violent clashes, happening across various polling stations. And we are trying to get in touch with our reporters to speak to the issues happening. And currently, something is happening at the TMA Methodist School polling station in the Okyeame South constituency, where a gentleman is being attacked by some polling agents. We are trying to get that to you as well. Please, the voter turnout is very, very low. From the conversations we've had with our reporters, the turnout is very low. Please go out and vote.
Let's hope that the reports that we are getting are just isolated incidents, and then people are voting in their numbers, because we need the numbers to actually make sure that the decision is done, and make sure that your vote is counting. We've talked about Ablekuma West and Eslawusu and what's happening over there. And now there's also another person called Rufai in the Nimgazangaza JHS, Bolga Central. He's been also caught with multiple printed papers. So this is something that we have to investigate it. That needs to be investigated. Rufai in Nimgazangaza JHS in the Bolga Central, he was caught with multiple printed papers. We've also talked about Titus Glover and then Tema East, where previously currently the NDC are the winners in that particular constituency. They have in the 2020 election, they scored 51.23% of the total total votes. We earlier on heard that there were a few clashes in the Tema East municipality, but it's been refuted, and it's been attention. Now voters can go on to actually make their decision.
Voters at Ankwa Dobro in Saom, Adodri, are also crying out that they are lacking security at the polling station. And so if the Ghana police can hear us, they should deploy some police personnel to that polling station at Ankwa Dobro in Saom, Adodri constituency or polling station, so that there can be a smooth...
So on the issue of security, we heard from the EC that they are not the ones responsible for security when it comes to the election. The EC mentions that the security is not part of their mandate when it comes to this particular elections, and their mandate is supposed to ensure a transparent, free and fair elections. And then the EC actually were the ones who are responsible for doing just that. This person is saying that there's been a video that's been sent to by, please don't call our WhatsApp numbers, by Kobe. He's saying that a police officer has been spotted sleeping in the Garu constituency polling station. And once he's sleeping, and then there are two sides to it. If he's sleeping and then there's reports of violence there, and then
some polling stations are very calm. Yes. The turnout is very low, and so it is normal to find a police personnel sleeping. But some polling stations are heavily under attack, and so there should be a deployment of more service personnel or police service personnel to that polling station. We have a comment here on our Facebook stream. Are we going to see an appreciate value for the NDC at the Ashanti region, and that for the NPP at Volta? Keep up with the great job. Clock TV. This is from Michael Amweni. Thank you so much, Michael, for bringing in your comments. I think respect to the appreciation of votes in the Ashanti region, which is a stronghold for the NPP, and also that of the Volta region, which is not too much of a stronghold for the NDC. I'm saying that because they were the ones that really influenced the decision that was taken in 2020, and that did not make the former president John Dramani Mahama become president. So I doubt if they can boldly say the Volta region is a stronghold for the NDC. That's for the Ashanti region, I know. It is for the NPP.
The regions that received the NDC recording over 80% of votes historically, for instance, the Ketu South constituency, where we've seen the NDC rack up over 87% of the votes, and the NPP just racking up 11.06%. So that's in 2020. Those places, I don't know how, because these are strongholds of the NDC, the Ketu South. You know, we interacted with one of our people from there, our correspondent from the Ketu South, and he says that even with the Ketu North as well, it's widely being won by the NDC. That is 87.47% and 11.06% in 2020. So we can't wait for the counting to start. Then we'll know the numbers for this particular year in this regard. And we have North Tong also as part of the regions or the places that are the strongholds of the NDC. We have Pando, who has previously been held by Mrs. Delasoa, Honorable Delasoa. North Tong is also being held by yes, North Tong.
He's been very instrumental and vocal,
for the
NDC in recent time, bringing out a lot of hidden truths and investigative issues about this government. I mean, he's been very, very vocal about it, and we must thank him for that. I hope he retains his seat as the MP for the North Tongue. I'm not campaigning for him, it's just that he's doing a great job.
Please,
we'll be wrapping up shortly.
Yes, but before we wrap up, we mentioned that we'll be giving the viewers head-to-head on the presidential candidates and then the parliamentary candidates as well, and then highlighting few parts of the manifesto. Time and time again, we are advising you that please don't call our WhatsApp number. The numbers on your screen are for WhatsApp and not for calls. So key top 5 manifestos of the MPP. Let me just highlight them and read them a few. So they said that they are going to enhance.
Okay. So we have been notified that something is happening at the Ashanti region. Okay. Hello. Hello, Mr. Richard.
Yes.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Right. Please, where are you reporting from? I know it's the Ashanti region, but where exactly in the Ashanti region are you reporting from?
Oh, okay. I initially told you that I'm traveling. That is the constituency. So currently I'm went to Achuma Kwahoma.
Achuma Kwahoma.
Okay. Yes, Achuma Kwahoma.
Okay. Please, we understand there is something happening there.
Oh yes. Unfortunate incident happened. That is where a 25-year-old gentleman who happens to be the son of the constituency organizer for the NDC, whose name was only given as Pokuo. Pokuo came to one of the police stations called Ofonte Outreach Primary Police Station A, just to cast his vote. But her intelligence that the security officers checked was that Pokuo's uniform, that is his attire, was like a balloon. So they didn't know what exactly was inside his dress or his outfit. So it was like Pokuo are you coming to cast a vote? He said, yes. So what are you packing in your chest? He said, nothing. Okay, then vote. So immediately he was going, one of the police guys called him back. Said, can you come back? When he went back, they said him and believe whatever they saw. It was about 76 ballot papers.
Wow.
Both presidential and parliamentary ballot papers. 76. Not issued by any of the EC officials who has been assigned to issue ballot papers. So it means he brought them from wherever he brought them to the police station, thinking that he could get the opportunity to drop all the 76 ballot papers in the ballot boxes. So upon the police intelligence, they picked him up and then they collected all the 76 ballot papers from him. And believe me, all the 76 papers were having EC's official stamp.
Wow.
All having EC's official stamp. So as I'm talking to you now, Soko has been handed over to Tradia Police post. That is Tradia Police Station. That is assistant investigation.
Okay.
And then this and confirmed that he gave him the papers. So they should also talk to him as well. Maybe he felt that he could use his political affiliation and, for that matter, political position that he has in the constituency just to rescue his son. What the police people or the security personnel, they have still in their domain that assessing investigation as well, why he got all the ballot papers, though his father has confirmed that he gave them to him. So that is the incident that has happened in the Ashanti region, as I'm talking to you now. And from Chimakwa, another incident coming in from Obuasi East indicates that two alleged military officials have been assaulted by civilians, severely beaten by the civilians, with the reason being that an aged lady, that is an old lady, came to one of the police stations to cast her vote, where he requested for an assistance from her family member. The EC officials did not allow that. So one of the alleged military guys asked the family member of the old lady just to step back. But due to what the EC official said, the family member wanted to take the military official stop him, but he refused to stop. And then the military officials also tried to take photographs of that person. And then that brought the argument between the military officials and the civilians. And then it led to the civilians beating up the two military officials. So that is another incident that I have been able to report in Ashanti region this election day.
Right. Thank you so much, Richard, for bringing us that information. But with the issue of the Ekumfi incident, has the Ghana police that they are working on
the father organizer for the ND.
For the NDC.
And then all the ballot papers were ND
constituency. We really appreciate the good work done, Richard.
Thank you very much.
All right. So constituency. Now in 2016 we had 67.27% votes from the NDC, from the MPP, that's they win in that particular seat. And then we have 20% of the votes for the NDC. That was in 2016. Now, what's actually transpired in 2020, we had 83.43%. That's an increase. In 2020, we had 83.43%.
Force, yeah. I always forget the party's name, but I mean,
he's saying that it's not a party; it's a movement.
A movement, actually. Yeah.
Unfortunately, he has to register it as a political party before.
He has said in an interview that he is dissatisfied with EC's preparation for this election and the ongoing issues that have been, coming up. Let's take a look at that video.
Accreditation. When we were supposed to just write a common letter and it's supposed to be released, I know this was done for NDC. And it was done for MPP, for the two parties with the EC. But New Force hasn't been. For some reason, I believe that the same God that always keeps us in peace within our governance will see us through this moment. I just want to say to most of the polling agents that ended up without accreditation that we're sorry. It's not that we didn't want them to be the polling agents, but it's just that they didn't release the accreditations for them. And they personally gave it to them and made them fill a different form. I think that Ghana needs some sort of transparency in our democratic constitutions. If this falls apart, I think that we will take it further to the International Court of Justice. But we just hope that this voting goes well, because at this very point, 80% of our polling agents are not going to be in the room to actually rectify our pink sheet. They thought that we would not get the 40,000 people. But if we come this far, what makes them think that we were not going to give them those names? And why did they disappoint us? I am still not happy, and from the past 3 days, I've released two different press conferences. I hope that Ghana is hearing us. As we speak, there's so many people who couldn't get food, but they still went to represent us as polling agents. We didn't know them. They are our polling agents, but they didn't give us the chance to even accredit them or give them the accreditation so we could go through the process as they make it look like. I really have realized that the duopoly is overprotected, it's overhailed, and everything evolves around them. This election should show Ghana that that shouldn't be the case. Everything should evolve around Ghana and the citizens of this country. It should not evolve around parties. So I'm using this moment to remind the likes of EC, the Parliament, and some of these governmental institutions.
Leader and founder of the New Force movement, speaking over there with his beautiful wife behind, and he has expressed his dissatisfaction of EC's preparation towards this whole election, and he made mention of the fact that some of his polling agents have not even received the EC accreditation, and it is making their work very difficult for them at the various polling stations. Now, crossing over to Tema West Community 2 Barracks, we have Peter in an interview with a woman. Let's take a look at that. We'll be right back.
So I'm still within the Tema West constituency, and here I am at the Community 2 Police Barracks, where 4 polling stations have been put together. And according to the POs for the various polling stations, they've not recorded any form of chaosity. The election process is very smooth. It's very orderly. There are over 15 electoral officials. So together there are 20 electoral officials here, 5 for each polling station. And then the process has been very smooth, but the voter turnout, it is naturally true. So far, the places that I've been to, the voter turnout, it's something questionable. People are not coming out to vote at all. People are not coming out to vote. But here, we are still optimistic. So according to the POs, they are very optimistic that as time goes on, voters will come out in their numbers to vote. So to other polling stations to find out what is actually transpiring there. But for here, the voter turnout is not encouraging at all. You know, that people are not even here ready to cast their votes. But so far so good. The atmosphere is very serene over here, and everything is in. So I give you up polling stations this constituency.
I'm Abdul Wahab. I'm the PO here now. Okay, the vote have 385 is 172.
172.
Yeah. Just normal. Here is not. Here we have 4 polling stations. Here is the 103B. So here is just normal. They are coming one by one after the other. So I think by the end of the day we get everything. So here we have 5.
We have 5.
Yeah, we have the PO. We have the VO. We have NLO. Then BI 1, BI 2. Yeah.
And that was Peter Insia, our reporter from Tema West constituency, specifically the Community 2 police barracks, interacting with a presiding officer of the polling station, giving us some insights over there. This is where we wrap up the second session of today's discussion. We have more conversations coming your way very soon, and so you'd have to stay with us here on Poll Watch at Clock TV, your trusted hub for election insights, and we promise to give you nothing but premium content with regards to the 2024 general elections happening today. We have less than an hour for voting to end, and so if you haven't voted yet, it is not too late. Please make sure you find yourself at your polling station to vote. Just as you've seen, Nana, the voter turnout is very, very low at various polling stations, and which significantly is going to, affect the results in a way. And so please make sure you find yourself at your polling station. Cast your votes. And now your last words.
Yes. So just as I was saying, in every 8-year interval, there's been sort of voter turnout of less than 70%. Yeah. Usually when there's a voter turnout of more than 70%, the sitting president or the sitting president's party wins. We saw that in 2008, before the runoff, there was voter turnout of 68.7%, and that went on to show that the NDC came into power. And then later on, we went on in 2016, we saw a voter turnout of 69.34%, and that went to show that the NDC lost their seats because the voter turnout was lower than 70%. And then now 2024, we don't have the statistics yet because we've not. These are what we can say isolated incidents until the whole numbers are collated. Sure. So we are hoping that the people come out in their numbers to come and vote. And the final verdict comes to pass, and then but we are still once again advocating. Please and vote. Go back home when it's time for counting. You come out and then you come and vote. We were earlier commending people that they are not seen in party colors. They are wearing neutral colors. We saw that of John Dramani Mahama wearing all white with the Ghana coat of arms in there. We saw the likes of Napo also in neutral colors in white. And these are things that we love to see. And these are things that we've been advocating for. Looking at the general election, so far there's been less than 15 arrests by the Ghana Police Service. And that shows that in the whole of the country, less than 15 arrests so far as at this particular time. It goes to show that we are doing something right. And barring the incident at Nyankpala, where we've seen gunshots, it's been a peaceful election so far. But let's still advocate and count for the peace and make sure that come the end of the day, Ghana would be.
Right. Let's also remember that peace has always been the cornerstone of this nation's progress. And so wherever you find yourself, be an advocate for peace. And so this is where we end this session here on Poll Watch. I am Miriam Abena Adede. I did this with
Nanayao Asari.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah, so stay with us. After the short break, the next set we will be here for Poll Watch. Please don't tune off.
party. Another brilliant classic.
Ghana people, time is here again. Get ready to cast a vote. How they make we go? Ghana people,